What's up, YouTube, and welcome to this Fullstack course. In this course, we are going to be going over React and GraphQL, but also we got some Postgres in there. We got some CSS. What else we got? We got Prisma. We got a few different things. So anyways, it's a pretty big course, so I just wanted to go over what we will be doing and building in this course. So this is the app right here. So this is a landing page. We got a sign up here. You can go ahead and do that. Oh, by the way, it's a Twitter clone with not quite all the functionality, but that is kind of what we're building anyways. So you can sign up, you can log in here, darwintest.com, and we got a password, and we can log in here. I don't know what that's about. Anyways, okay, so this is kind of what our app is going to look like, our finished app. We got our logout down here. We got our home. We got our profile. We can tweet something here, test tweet 1, and we can press tweet, and it's going to come down to the bottom here. For our test tweet, we can like tweets. So if we come in here, these have already been liked, as you can see. We can click like there, and we can press that to unlike it. So that functionality works nice. We got another tweet button over here. We can reply here like that, and we can also see the many replies if on an individual tweet. So that's good. Our right side over here, we got a trending bar, and this is just by the number of likes. And then we got a profile over here. We can come and edit our profile, edit our image here. Image uploading and all that is included in this course. So that is good. What else we got? Here is just our liked tweets here. And then we have, let's see, someone else might have a following here. Oh, we can come in and actually follow users. So we can follow and unfollow the user just like that. And then if we go to our profile, it shows we're following one and the person we are following. So I'm probably missing a few things there, but that's kind of the basic functionality that we have for this course. So yeah, let's get right into it. Hopefully you like it. For our backend, it's going to be Node.js with GraphQL. We're going to use Prisma kind of as an ORM. Our database is going to be Postgres here, and we're going to be using Typescript as well. All right, and then for our front end, we are going to be using React Apollo client to connect to our database, to our backend, and again, Typescript on the front. So this is what we're going to be doing, and we're going to be doing it somewhat from scratch. So yeah, it should be kind of a long process, but hopefully it is helpful. So let's get right into it. All right, so we're going to go ahead. In this video, we're going to be doing kind of the setup of the project. So the first thing we're going to want to do is to come over to here, and this is just kind of a bunch of different Prisma examples that can kind of give us a starter. Kind of a starter code base to work with. So you can see here they're getting updated pretty regularly, and there's just a bunch of them. So the one we're going to be using is we're just going to go and use this GraphQL auth. So this will give us the ability to sign in with a username and password. So either you can go ahead and Google that, or come to this URL up here. And what we're going to want to do right now is to get the code. So we can get the HTTPS here, and we want to copy this over. So go ahead, do that. And then you want to come over to some sort of terminal here. I got mine here. All right, so the first thing we want to do is CD into anywhere that you want to store this directory. So for me, that's desktop. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to make a new directory with mkdir, and I am going to call it what? Twitter, we'll call it Twitter clone. And we're going to run that, and then we're going to cd into Twitter clone. Well, let's open it up in our VS Code, where we want to do the majority of our work here. All right, so this is where we're going to be doing most of our work. So we're going to come in here and open up the integrated terminal here. We don't need that, and we can just bump this size up a little bit so you can see a little bit better. And we want to go ahead and go git clone, and then we want to paste in these examples. and it's going to clone in for us. All right, so once that is done running, we are good. Now, if we look in this folder, we have all these different ones, and we don't actually need all these different ones. So let's go into the TypeScript one that we're going to be using and into our GraphQL auth, and we can just pull that out, bring it out, we'll move it, boom, that's all good, and then you can see that that is here. So we want to, let's actually bring that out again here. Let's just pull it out to the main root folder. So now it's up here. So that's good. And then we can go ahead and we can just delete the Prisma examples folder. So let's do that. Okay, so now we have all this. So let's rename this actually to, we're going to call it server. And then we're going to have our app folder. So that should be good. So then come down to the bottom here and we're going to cd into server. Boom, and then we're just gonna run npm install, npm I. Okay, so that is good. Now we got our node modules, and we got a tsconfig down here, which is gonna be for our TypeScript, which is great, and then we got our src, and we got type, so they gave us also a few queries and whatnot already in there, and then our mutations. So we have kind of a nice base right here to work with, which is helpful. So this is how this is going to work. So let's come in. We're in our server, and all we have to do is run, I believe, npm start. Nope. npm run dev. Okay, and now you can see we should, if we control or command click rather, it should bring up our GraphQL playground. Boom, so that's kind of nice. And you can see on the side here, if we bump that up a little bit, I got our docs, and we have a few things already set up for us. So this is kind of neat. We already have some sort of backend running, and it seems to be working. This is just from before when I was testing it out. And then we have our schema here. So that is all good. So that is, in a nutshell, our backend setup. Now, right now it's using SQLite, and we are going to switch that to Postgres, but I think we'll probably be doing that in the next video. But let's go ahead and finish up with our front end here. So let's get that going. So what we're going to want to do, we can add TypeScript. We're going to use create React app, but we can also add TypeScript just with a template here. So I'm going to use yarn for that. So I'm going to copy that over and then come back over to our code here. I'm going to open up a new window here, and we are going to say and paste that in. So yarn create React app, and then in here, I'm going to come in and I'm going to call this, we'll go web. All right, so that is all done installing. All our dependencies are done, and we can see in this web folder here, we have our front-end React app set up with TypeScript, as you can see with the tsconfig here. If we look in here, we just have a bunch of TSX files, and yeah, this is kind of the base of our app. So let's give it a go here, and we are just gonna say npm or yarn start. I think you can use npm or yarn, doesn't matter. That is not found, but that's because we got a cd into our, what do we call it, web, and then we'll go yarn start. All right, so now we have this up and running at localhost 3000, so that is good. Now, the backend and the front end aren't connected at all yet, and the backend's not even connected to a database, so we're gonna have to fix all that. But yeah, that's kind of the basic setup that we have for this project. So from there, it's just kind of adding as we go. So that's going to be it for this first video. We should be releasing these videos once or twice a week and just kind of see as we go. So hopefully you liked the video, and come back next time, and we're gonna connect the backend to a database, a Postgres database. All right, thanks for watching. All right, so welcome back. And in this video, we are going to be going over how to connect our Prisma backend to a database. And we're going to be using Postgres here. And if you want to check out this article, it kind of runs you through it, but we're going to do it also, so you'll see how it works. All right, let's get into it. So the first thing we got to do here is actually create our database. And we are going to do that using pgadmin. Now you can do this kind of in the terminal or however you want to do it, but I find just a GUI a little bit easier. So go ahead and download Postgres, get that all set up, and then come back here either with pgadmin or in your terminal or however else you might be doing it. All right, so we're going to come in here, and for our database, we're going to create a new database. And we are going to call this Twitter clone. And I'm the owner here, and we're not going to have a password or anything. So let's just go ahead and save that. And it went ahead and created that. And all our information will be in our schemas here once we do that. But right now, I think that's all we got to do. All right, so let's get this connected here. So let's come into our server file here. And we have this Prisma folder here. So we want to come in here, and we can create a new file and call that .env, and this is going to be where we store our environmental variables. Okay, and then if we come into our schema.prisma, you can see we have SQLite hooked up here. Now we don't want that because we want to use Postgres. So we're going to come over to here, and we can actually just copy this from this article here, or you can just copy what I write and then come over to here and paste that in. And this is how we're going to set up our Postgres. So we're going to have our environmental variable, so we can copy that database URL, and our provider is going to be Postgres, and it's going to be our database. So let's come over and save that, boom, and then we'll come back over here, and we're going to paste this in. Now what we want to do is give this our string, our connection string. So let's go, that is equal to, open up some quotes rather, Postgres, GraphQL, and then we're gonna have a colon / the user, and we're gonna say at localhost, and that's gonna be 5432, and then / Twitter - clone. So we don't have a password or anything here. So for us, that's fine. Oh, make sure you close out your quotes there. So let's go through this. We're going to be using Postgres as our database. The user is me there. This is going to be our port that we're on. And this is going to be the name of our database. Now, if you have a password or something, you're going to need to add that too. That's all in that article if you want to check it out. So that's basically all the setup we need to connect our database. Now there's a few things we have to run here to get things going. So the first thing we're going to do is we want to migrate our database. But before that, we want to create our, generate our schema here. So we can cd into our server, make sure you're in the server folder, and you're going to run npx Prisma, and it's going to be generate. And you can see here that that was successful. So that's great. And then what we want to do, there's a couple other commands we can run to automatically migrate our database. So one of them is going to be npx Prisma migrate, and we're going to say save -- experimental, because it's still in the experimental stages, but seems to be working pretty good. And then it's going to ask you to name your migration. So we'll just say first, and boom, that worked perfectly. So we have our database, we have our model for post, we have our model for user. So that seems to be working good. And then we can just copy that over. And if we want to actually push it up, which is what we do want to do, we're going to say npx Prisma migrate up experimental. And hopefully this works too. And that looks like it was also successful here. So now we want to check and make sure that worked and everything's connected. So if I come to my PG admin here and I maybe refresh here, and then let's look into our schema and come down to our to our tables, and you can see that we have a post table and a user table, and this shows also our migration. So that is great. Now we are connected to a database. So pretty easy, pretty quick, and pretty cool in my opinion. So that is good. That's going to be it for this video. And in the next one, we're going to start creating our, in the next one, we're going to start connecting our front end to our back end with a Apollo client. All right. Thanks for watching. All right. Welcome back. So in the last video, we set up our database. And in this one, we're going to be connecting our front and back ends together. Now, how are we going to do that, you might ask? Well, we are going to be doing that using Apollo Client. And we can copy this over. And yeah, all we're going to be installing here is Apollo Client and GraphQL, and that will give us something like this here. So let's come back over here to our app running. And I got my front end and my back end running, but that doesn't really matter right now. So let's open up a new window here and let's go and cd into our web folder, and I'm gonna go yarn add and then paste in those things and let that run. All right, so now most of the work we're gonna do is all gonna be in the web folder, I think, for this video. So you can close up your server there and look in our src, and we're gonna have an app.tsx here, and this is our main file. We've gone over that, I believe, before, but we do not need anything in here, I don't believe. So let's actually just get rid of all this, and we can just delete that, and we can we'll allow that there. We can get rid of this here, delete that. And then we're gonna come in here. We can get rid of this too. Actually, we don't need that logo. And that's all for that. So let's just let's add in a div here, and we'll just say test for now, and just save that and make sure that works. We got our app running, and that's still working there. So what we want to do here is create our client. So we're going to come up here and we're going to go const, and we're going to say client, and then that's going to be equal to new, and it's going to say Apollo client there. And then we're going to open up some brackets here and create an object. And in this object, we're going to have a URI, which is going to be the URL of our backend. So for us, and we'll probably move this into a .env file in the future, but we just want to show you how to get this set up here. All right, so for us, that is HTTP, and we got our autocomplete right there, and we're going to say localhost 4000, which is the port that we have this running on. And then it's going to take a second option here, and that's going to be the cache. And there's a few different options for this, but this is the one I've seen most, and I think most people use, and that's going to be new in what is it called? Memory cache. Memory cache. I'm going to call that there. Now we have to import a bunch of this stuff here. So let's come up to the top, and we're going to say import and open up some brackets. We're going to say Apollo client. There we go. Apollo provider, and then in memory cache as well. Okay, and that is going to be from, and all that is from at Apollo / client. All right, so that is all good. Now we want to make use of this. So how we do that is we're going to wrap this entire thing in the provider that we're bringing in right here. So let's come down here, and we can wrap this here in a Apollo provider there, and close that off and bring that down, and we're going to wrap that entire thing here. So what we have to do is add the client here, and that is going to be equal to client. All right, and that takes care of that. We can go ahead and save that. And now we have access to our backend from our front end. So that is great, but we want to make sure this actually works. So let's go ahead and let's come in here, and we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it components. Good. And inside here, we want to create a new file, and we're just going to do, let's just test this out. So let's just go users.tsx. Okay, and we'll just delete this file after, but we just want to make sure that this is working for us. So let's come up to the top here, and we are gonna go what? So let's come up to the top here, and let's create a React functional component here, and that's just a snippet I have. I think, yeah, there's plenty of libraries for snippets, but you can look one up if you want, and that just creates a React functional component for us. So that is good. And when we create these users, we actually need that to be, we want that to be an uppercase. So let's rename this to users with a capital U. Okay, and this too. Okay, good. And then up here, we want to bring in a couple things. So let's go import, and we're going to import GQL, which is our GraphQL. And then we're going to bring in use query, and that is going to be from, again, that Apollo library at Apollo. What is it? Apollo/client here. And that's that library's got kind of everything we need to set that up. All right, cool. Now we want to create our first query. So how are we going to do that? We're going to come above outside of our function here. So come down, give yourself a little bit of space here, and let's go const, and we're going to say users underscore query, and this is just all uppercase by convention, but you don't necessarily have to do it that way. And then we're going to go equals GQL, and then we're going to open up some backticks here, not regular quotes, but backticks. And then below here, we're going to write the word query, and again, we're just going to say users query. Again, this doesn't have to be capitalized. That's just kind of a personal choice. And then in here, we're going to say users, and that is going to be ID, and that is going to be name. Now, this doesn't actually exist yet, so we have to go and create this in our backend. So maybe we should go and do that first before we continue here. So close out your backticks also. Okay, so that is good. So let's come and open up our server here, and we are gonna go into our query. So they are in our src here, and we're gonna say where types and query. So in here. All right, so we see we have a user query here, but we don't have any users queries. So we just want to be able to get all the users. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to copy this one up here. And actually, let's go, yeah, we'll copy this down. So now we're going to transform this into users. So we want to have this t.list.field, and now that's going to be called, we're going to call it users here. And then in here, it's not going to be type post, but it's going to be type user. Okay, and then that's going to resolve, that's good. And then it's going to return prisma.user.findMany. And then we don't need to call that with anything. So let's come here, and we're just going to call that with no arguments or object there. Okay, so that is all we need to do for this server again. So let's get rid of the query here and come back in here. All right, so let's start displaying these users here. So we're gonna come in here into our function, and up here, and we're gonna go const, and we are gonna go like this, and we're going to have 3 states. So we're going to have loading state, we're going to have an error state, and we are going to have the data that we get back from this query here. Let's give ourselves a little more room. Okay, so those are the 3 states we're going to have, and that's going to come from the use query that we brought in. Okay, and then inside here, we're going to pass in our users underscore query. So that is all we need to do for that. Let's come down below, and we're going to go if loading. Then we are going to return, and we're just going to return right now a loading state. So let's just say loading, and then we're going to say if there's an error, we're just going to return we'll return the actual error message. So error dot message. Okay, so that's great there. Now let's come down, and in the actual thing here, in the meat of our component here, let's come in and we're just going to map through our users and we'll display them. So let's open up some braces here, and let's go data.users, and then we'll go .map, and we'll say user, and then we'll do an arrow function here, and we will say we want a p tag, and then inside this p tag we're just going to say user.name, and that'll be the name of our users. Make sure we close off our brackets there. So let's come in anyways and save that. That'll reformat for us nicely, and we can come back to the app, and let's actually bring this in here. All right, so where we have our test, let's bring in our users component here, and we can auto import that there, and that should work nicely. And there we go. So let's check it out, see if that worked. Who knows, probably made some errors, but yeah. All right, so it looks like Typescript has a bit of an issue with this. I thought we might be able to get away with it, but Typescript doesn't have any of that. So we gotta, I guess, do our first Typescript lesson here. So come down here, and this is gonna be an interface here. We're basically just gonna come in here and type this so that this works here. So I'm just gonna give us a little more room here. Okay, so this is what's called an interface, and we're gonna call it, you gotta name it, so it's gonna be our user interface, and all that we have returning here is a name property. So that's what we're gonna write in here, and then you gotta give that a type, and that is gonna be of type string. Okay, so then we come down here. Right now this is complaining about the user having an implicit any type, so we want to change that with this so it knows what it's going to return. And all we have to do here is go colon and then user, and that'll fix that error. So if we go ahead and save that now, and we come back over to here, we can see we are all connected. That's a little bit there we go. You can see these, I guess, are a couple of users I created here, and if you want to go ahead and create one, I don't know if we did this yet, but you can do something like this where you have a mutation with a sign up with these fields or whatnot. Okay, so that seems to be working good, and looks like we're all connected to our from our front and our back end. So that's good, and that's going to be it for this video. The next one, I think we'll probably start building out our backend schema a little bit, and maybe think about routing a little on the front end. We'll see what we're doing. But stay tuned and come back for the next one. All right, so let's talk routing here. So this is going to be kind of vitally important to almost any application you might be building, and in React, maybe the most famous way we do routing is with a package called React Router here. So this is the documentation here, And in React, it's kind of interesting because we're not actually routing per se. React Router kind of fakes it. And what we're really doing is just kind of switching out components. All right, so let's come over here and we're going to copy over this React Router DOM here. And there's another package for native and stuff. So you want to make sure you're getting the React Router DOM. So then we're going to come back over here and we are just going to open up a new window and make sure we're CD'd into our web folder. So CD into that, and we're just going to go yarn add and paste that in and let it run. All right, so once that's all done and installed, we are going to move over to our app.tsx over here. So come over here and let's just minimize this so we can get a little more room here. And this is what we have had up until this point. And now we're going to add some routing. This is where we're going to do all of our routing in this file, as well as our authentication and whatnot. So how are we going to do this? Well, first let's go ahead and we got to bring in a few things here. So let's come up to the top and we're going to go import and we're going to open up some braces here. And we're going to have a few things. So we're going to have browser router. We are going to have, we'll call that, we're going to alias that. So as router. And then the next thing we need is route. And the last thing we want to do is switch. And all of those are going to come from what? React Router DOM here. Let's come down. And this is where we're just going to get rid of everything right now, I guess. So we can do that. Let's come down here and just delete all that and then come up here. And in here, we're first going to add a router here. And then this is where we're going to do everything inside of here. So this has to wrap our entire router components here. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to go switch. So come in here and go route. And our first route, we're going to go path. And that's going to be where it's directed to. And we're just going to go slash. So this is going to be our home route here. And we can close that off. And then inside here is where we're going to add our component. So remember before in our components, we created this users.tsx. So why don't we just use that for now? So we're going to bring that in. And then that's all we need to do for that. So if we go ahead and save this, now our initial route that we load to, it's going to show the user. So let's come back over and I have my app running here and we got some sort of error here. All right, so if we look in here, we can see that we don't have the types and that's giving us a bit of a TypeScript error here. So we can come back in here again and we can go yarn add and we just want to pass in that @types React Router DOM. All right, so that seemed to work. That took care of our type error, and often that's just what you have to do if a package isn't typed already. So that is fine. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. All right, so now if we come over here, we'll see we're getting this working fine again. So this is again just our home route, our slash route. So that is great. So now we want to come back over here and we want to add another kind of route. So let's first come over and create a new component here, and we're just going to call this, we'll go landing.tsx, and this will be kind of a landing page route that we're going to do. So let's come up to the top and we can go RFC, and that's going to create a React functional component. And we can go like this. And then inside here, let's just do an H1 and then we'll just say landing. And that should be all we need for that. Okay, and then we want to come back over here, and this is where we're going to add in our landing route. Now, let's come down below here just to start with and show you how this is going to work. So let's go route, and then we're going to go, that's going to have a path, and that's going to be equal to, we'll go slash landing. Okay, and then we'll close this off here and come down in here. Now we're going to add our landing component, which we should auto bring in here. There we go, auto import that. And now we have a landing route. Now, I want to show you guys something here. So we're going to come back over to here, and we're going to go /landing. Now, this should take us to our landing, but it doesn't. It keeps us to the same thing. So why is that doing that? Well, let me tell you. So it's doing that because this is hitting the first route that we're going. So it's hitting / and it's navigating to that. And that's the switch statement here. So in order to navigate that, we can either go like this and add this route last. And if we save that and come back over, and now we're getting our landing at /landing. So that's one way to do it. So another way that we can do that is we can add the kind of keyword here, exact, and then we can bring this below here, and then that should also fix our issue for us, because it's only going to go to that one exact route. So again, even though it's below, it's all still going to the /landing. Okay, so that's kind of the two ways you can do that. I think we're just, for now, we might have to switch it back, and we'll probably add some exact routes later, but for now, let's just bring this back to where it was and go ahead and save that. All right, so that's kind of an intro to routing. As we go along and create components, we're gonna have different routes, and we'll be adding them to this component here. But I think that's a good intro. The next one, we're gonna maybe add our authentication to our front end. Yeah, so stay tuned for that. All right, welcome back. So in the last video, we handled routing using React Router in our app. And in this one, we're gonna wanna add a login and sign up. So kind of some basic authentication. So let's take a look at our mutation here. And this is our mutation type here. And this is our sign up mutation right here. So let's come down and take a look at what we're doing. So we're gonna pass in a name, an email, and a password, which is gonna be hashed here. This is what we're getting. We're gonna get back the token, which is gonna be signed using JWT and our app secret, and also our user. And then what we do with this token is up to us. So I thought of a few different ways we might want to do this. So in the past, I've used cookies and stuff, but I haven't done much local storage for this. So I thought, let's go ahead and try that out. So that's what we're going to be doing for this. So let's get right into the actual coding here. So let's come back over to our app here. And we are actually going to need to handle our client, our Apollo client, a little bit differently in order to make sure we are getting the token. So let's go ahead and change a few things up. So we're gonna need to add one package here. So come down, I have my servers running here, but we are gonna go and cd into our web right here. And then we're gonna go yarn add, and we're gonna add a package, and that package is called Apollo link context. Okay, and you're gonna see why we're gonna need this, but it's going to be used to kind of create the context that we're gonna use to get that token and pass it along for each request. So otherwise we're gonna be getting a CORS error and stuff if we continue with this here. So let's just go ahead. That looks like it's done. So let's go ahead and get rid of this right here. Then we can come down and let's kind of start over again. So the first thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to bring that in. So let's come here and we're going to go import, and that's going to be called set context there, and that's going to be from this package here, and it is going to be called Apollo link context there. Great. And then we are going to want to do a few things right here. All right, so the first thing we want to do here is come and go const, and we're going to go HTTP link, and this is going to be to our URL. So it's going to go equal new HTTP link, and that's going to be auto imported. So that's coming from our Apollo client right there, which is good. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to create an object here, and we're going to have a URI. Okay, and that's just going to be our HTTP :// local host 4000. So that's our previous URL that we are using. All right, so once we have that, we're going to come down here and we're going to create our auth link. All right, so let's go const auth link, and that's going to be equal to set context there, and then we're going to have an async function, and that is going to have a request, and then we're going to pass in the headers here because we want to pass along that token into our headers with every single request in order to determine if we're authenticated, if we're not authenticated, that sort of thing. And then we're just going to go const token, and this is where we're going to get from our local storage, right? All right, so let's go const token there, and that's going to be equal to local storage dot get item, and we're going to pass in, we're just going to call it token. In our local storage, we're going to store it as token here. Okay, so that's good. And then come down below here, and we're going to go return. And again, we want to return, and we're going to spread in here our headers. And then we're going to go headers and open this up. And then here we're going to go authorization, and then we're going to go token. And if there's a token, we're going to go some backticks, and we're going to go bear, and then some curly braces, pass in token here. And then if there's not, we're just going to set it to null there. Okay, so let's save that. It'll reformat a bit. Okay, I think that's looking okay. Let's get rid of this down here. All right, so that's looking good. Now below this, we also need to create our actual client still. So let's go const, and we'll go link, and that is going to be equal to the auth link that we created up there. And then we're going to concat onto there. We're going to the HTTP link. Okay. And then we're going to go const client, and finally here, lowercase client. And finally here, we're going to actually create our client. So new Apollo client. Okay. And then open up our object here, and we're going to go link here, and we're going to pass in, actually we don't need to pass in anything there, and we're going to have a cache, and then again we're just going to pass in like what we had before, our in memory cache there, and call that. All right, so we got a little error here. Oh, it must have erased. Make sure we auto import that. Now we're getting a couple errors here. So these are looking like TypeScript errors. So I'm not too sure how well that's being typed, but let's just cast that as any for now. That should take care of that, and we'll just go link. We'll go link as any. Okay, that should take care of those errors. Okay, so obviously a little more complex than we had before, but this is going to be necessary in order to set our headers, which we need to do in order to tell if we're authenticated or not. So that's going to be necessary, but yeah, that's about it. So let's get out of here for now, and then we're going to come in. Let's actually create our, we'll go our sign up first. But first, actually, let's go in here and let's create a new folder, and we're going to structure this as pages. Okay, and then inside of the pages where we're going to want to actually do our sign up component.tsx. So to start off, give us some structure. Let's come into our components, and let's just copy over our users component that we have, and we'll just adjust accordingly because there will be a few things similar that we need. So we're going to come over here, and let's get rid of this, and let's go use mutation. That's what we're going to need for that. Then come down here, and we're going to use a form called a form component library called Formik. And if we come over to here, you'll see this is a library that we're going to use. And it's just going to handle some validation for us, stuff like that. So yeah, I think that will be useful, and that's what we're going to do because it's my video. All right, so let's come down here, open up our terminal again, And let's go yarn install Formik, and then we also want a library called yup, which is going to be helpful for our form validation. So let's run those two, not yarn install, yarn add. All right, that is good. And I think what we actually might need to is the types for yup. Formik's written in TypeScript, so that'll be fine. But yup, I don't think is. So yarn add -d at types /yup should do it. All right, so that is good. Let's get that out of here. And now we can actually start with our form. So come below here, give us a little room and import some stuff here. So we're going to import first a bunch of stuff from Formik. So we're going to go error message. We're going to go field. We're going to go form. And we are going to go Formik. Okay, and all that's going to be from Formik. Good. And then below that, we are going to also bring in, we'll just bring it in now, but actually, yup. So import, we'll go everything as yup, and that's going to be from yup. Okay. And the last thing we want to do is we're going to want to redirect after we log in. So we can do that by going import, and we can import use history. And this is just from React router DOM. And that is, yeah, like I said, from React router DOM right there. All right, so now this is being used right now. So now we've done queries like this before, but we are going to change this to a mutation. So let's just get rid of all this right now. We don't need any of this. Get it out of there. We're going to change this here to sign up. And I actually like to add this stuff at the bottom here. So let's go export default sign up. I don't know. It's just a style choice there, but whatever you choose. All right, so we have our sign up here. Now let's go ahead and actually create our mutation. So we're going to go const, and we'll go sign up sign up underscore mutation, and that's going to be equal to GQL. And then we do our backticks here, and we're going to go mutation, and that's going to be called sign up, as you can see in our mutations that we had before. And then we're going to pass in the values. So $names are our first one, and that's going to be string. And that is also going to be maybe, I don't think it's required in our backend, but we'll see. Anyways, then email, and that's going to be a string, and that's going to be required. And then we're going to have a password, and that's going to be also a string, and that is also going to be required. All right, come down here, we'll call sign up here, and then we're going to get the name, and that's going to be the name. We're going to get the email, and that's going to be the email, and we are going to get the password, and that's going to be the password. So that stuff's going to get pretty repetitive, I think, so you get used to it. But this is going to be the structure for basically any mutation that we want to do going forward. All right, come in here, open this up, and what do we want to get back? Well, all we want to get back is this token, which then we're going to take here and we're going to set into our local storage. Okay, so that's basically all that is. Make sure we close off our backticks there, and that is what we have. So how are we going to do this? Well, let's come and get a little bit of structure here. All right, so let's come in here and actually get rid of all this here. Okay, so that's good. So the first thing, let's just give us a little bit of a title here. So we got an H1, and we're just going to call that sign up. Okay, then below that, we're going to go Formik here. And in this, we're going to have a bunch of different values. So come down here, and the first thing we want to pass in is an initial values, okay, and that's going to be equal to initial values. which we're going to create above. So don't worry about that yet. And then we're also going to want a validation schema. So we can validate whether the input we're assigning is actually correct or not. So validation schema. Okay, and that is going to be equal to, again, same thing, validation schema here. And then give ourselves a little room here, and we're going to want to come in and we're going to have an onSubmit here. So onSubmit, and then this is going to be equal to an async function here. And then we're going to pass in the values. That's the values of these forms here. And we're going to have a set submitting. Okay, and come over here and do an arrow function. And open up some brackets here, and in our onSubmit here, we're going to start by setting submitting. So set submitting, and we're going to set that to true, and then we're going to go const, and we're going to have a response. Okay, and that's going to be equal to await, and we're going to call sign up. And in this sign up, we're going to pass our variables from our actual form. And that's just going to be the values. So the sign up is what we're actually calling. This is our mutation, and we're passing in the values that we're getting from this Formik form here. Okay, so once that's going to be done, we're going to come down here and we'll go local storage dot set item. And this is where we're going to actually set our item. So we say we're going to call it token here. And then we're going to get the response dot token, or dot data rather, dot sign up dot token. Okay. So you can see this is what we're setting into our local storage. We're going to save it under the name token, and we're going to get the response that we get from this mutation, which will, as we saw in our mutation, which will be the actual token. Okay, so that's great. Then below here, we want to go set submitting. Okay, and we'll set that back to false. And then finally, once that's all done, we want to go history dot push here. And we want to push to, what should we go? Well, they're going to be logged in at this point. So we'll do a protected route at that user's route we have. So let's go /users. Okay, so that is all good and well. And then we want to make sure we close off here, our form here. So in here, come down here, and we want to bring in some of these things. So we're going to go form. Okay, we're going to have a field. Okay, and that can be self-closing. And then in this field, we're going to have a name, and that's going to be email. Okay, and then we're going to have a type, and that's going to be equal to text. Okay, and then we are going to have a placeholder. Okay, and that's going to be equal to email. All right, so that's good for the first one. So that's how the fields are going to work. You're just going to give it a name and a type, a placeholder, and then Formik's going to handle all the rest. So then we're also going to have an error message, okay? And that's going to be in here. And in this error message, this is going to be if everything goes wrong or if the validation fails or whatever. So let's go email. Okay, that's good for that. And then you're going to pass it a component here. And for us, we're just going to go, we're just going to add a div component, but you could add some sort of custom component if you had some error message handling there. So let's go here and let's just copy this down a couple times, and we can just change these values around. So here we have email, but our next thing is what? We'll go name, and we can just pass this name. Okay, and then same for this, and yeah, that's it. All right, so here we're gonna have password here. So let's come over here, change these over to password here. And also we want this one to be password as well. Okay, and then we actually have to do this another time because we have a confirm password. Don't want to forget about that. So let's come down here and let's go confirm password. So it's going to be to make sure our passwords are the same, or we know the password. And then here, again, let's go confirm password. All right, so I think that is all we need for this. So let's go ahead and save that. Okay, and the last thing we want to add into our component here is we want to come over and let's add a button. So we're just going to have a regular button right now, no styling or anything. We're going to have a type, and that's going to be equal to submit. And that is going to be it for that. Close that off, and let's go sign up and add that to there. Go ahead and save that. Okay, so that's kind of the format our form is going to look like. Let's go ahead and add this to our app and see if it's even coming up or whatever. So let's come in here and come down here to our routes, and let's just come in and we'll just copy this up here, and we'll change this to sign up, and we'll pass in our actual sign up. Auto import that. Okay, now hopefully that works. So come over to our app, let's go to /sign up, and we got something broken here, and we haven't brought in use history or anything yet, so let's go ahead and do that. And I guess at the same time we might as well finish off our sign up, all the things we're going to need. So let's come in here, and first we can just bring in use history like this. So let's go history is equal to use history. Okay, so that will handle that error. And let's come in and create our actual mutation here. So instead of use query, we're going to go use mutation. And then instead of users query here, we're just going to go sign up mutation, which we have right here. Okay, and we created above. And instead of all this stuff, we're just going to come in here. Let's get rid of this here and open up some square brackets, not some curly brackets, and then go sign up, which is our mutation that we're calling. And then we want to return the data from that we're going to get back in the form of a token. And then we don't need any of this either. So get rid of that. Now, we haven't done this initial values or this validate schema yet. So I say we might as well go ahead and do that. I don't know why that's giving us an error. I guess we got to bring it in again. Okay, auto import that. Okay, so let's come down here. All right, so let's come here and go const initial values. Okay, so let's come, we got email, and that's gonna be empty string, and then we're gonna have a password. We have a password, and then we're gonna have a password, and that's gonna be an empty string, and then we're gonna have a confirm password, and that again is gonna be an empty string, and then we're just gonna have the name here, and again, empty string. Now, what we want to do here is actually create an interface for all this. So let's come up here because we want to do some typing here. We haven't really done much of that. So let's go interface, and we're going to call it sign up values. And then here we're going to have email, and that's just going to be a string. We're going to have a password, and that's going to also be a string. And then we're going to have confirm, and that's going to be a string. You're getting the point here. Everything's going to be a string. Strings for everyone. And that's going to name, and that's going to be a string. Okay. And then if we come down here to our initial values, we just want to pass that in as our types, sign up values right there. Okay. So now that's nicely typed there. And the last thing we want to do, I think, in this file here is we want to use yup to do some validation. So come down here, and let's go const validation schema. Okay, and that's going to be equal to yup. and then we're going to say dot object. Okay, and then open up our object here. And these are all the things we're going to want to pass in. So let's go email, and that's going to be yup dot, ooh, that's not it. That's going to be yup dot string. And then it's going to say dot email, and it's going to say invalid email address. So this is going to be what we're going to return if the email is not valid. And then you can just kind of chain on different things. So there's also a dot required, okay, and that's going to be here, and that's going to say email. We'll just say email required. Okay, so the two things, it's going to have to be a valid email, which yup will address for us, and it also has to be required. So that's how you do that. Looks like we're not bringing in yup here. Let's see. See if we can auto bring that in. Nope. Let's come back up here and bring in yup. So let's go import. We'll just go, I think it was everything as yup from yup. See if that handles it for us. I think it does. So validation schema, which validate, make sure we change this to validation. These two have to match, of course. All right, so that's how you're going to handle this. Now, I don't want you to have to watch me type everything out here, because that's going to be pretty boring. So I'm just going to paste this rest of this validation in here. So this is what we're going to have. We're going to have a password. There's a max function here, so it has a max 20 characters, and it's also required, and that confirm password, and this will show that these have to match. And then a yup dot string for name with at least less than 15 characters. Okay, so that is gonna be all we have for this. Now our values, we have to actually pass those in. So make sure if you had value here, make sure that's values. So we need to pass that into our variables. And that looks like we're not getting, well, no errors there. We'll see. This is a lot of typing to not have any errors for me. So let's go over to our component, actually take a look here. And we're having something here with this here. So we're having a yup error. Let's come back. All right, this is giving us an error. I don't know if we need this. So let's actually just go ahead and get rid of that there. Okay, so go ahead and save that. Now let's come over again. Okay, and we look like we are working well here. Now, let's maybe give this a try. So let's maybe bump this up so you can see a little bit better. Let's go. So you can see if I click away from the email, it actually gives us our email required, and that's that yup and Formik stuff, password. So let's come in here, and they're going to all do the same thing. So come in here in our email, let's just create something. So darwin@test.com. The name we're going to have here is Darwin. Our password is going to be password, and our confirm password is also going to be password. Now you can see we're actually showing here that is something we definitely do not want to do. So when we come into our field, it's because we come over here, we come down into our form here, and you can see for our confirm password and our password, we have not done our types correctly. So these should all be type of password, not otherwise we're going to be showing our text for our password, which is not what you want. Okay, so we come back here, you can see that that does that. Now before we have sign up here, let's inspect this and see what we're actually doing. So we want to be setting a token, because that's what we're doing in our file. So come over here and go to application. I don't know if you can see this very well. So we're in our local host, there's nothing set here, and when we press sign up, we're hoping that this signs us up. So you can see the token comes in and we get redirected here. And these, I think, are just our test users from our user component. So that looks like it's working fantastic. Let's come over and do a little more work. So we also need a login component. Now we're just going to do that. We're just going to copy over this whole thing because it's going to be very similar. All right, so we got to create that. So let's create a new page, a new file, and we'll just call it login.tsx. and we can just paste this whole thing in here. And we want to change, we'll just go from the top and just change what we need to. So instead of sign up mutation, let's highlight all those here and get rid of that. And we're going to add a login underscore mutation. All right, that's good. And then here, anywhere we have that, we want to change that to, let's just go through them all and get rid of that and say lowercase login. Okay, and all we need for our login, we don't need this here, so we can get rid of that, and we don't need this down here. We don't need our names for that, so that's good. And we're gonna do the same thing as token back, so that's all fine. Now our login values, we can capitalize that, and all we need is the email password, so that's good. We need to capitalize this here. We need to do what? Login, that's actually good. Login values, capitalize that, get rid of these here. Basically just change everything to login that we need. Again, don't need name or confirm password. Get rid of those. That's good. What else we got? Initial values, that's all good. That's all good. Login, that's great. Local storage, we still want to do the same thing there. We're setting the local storage. And then we're still going to push to users, so that's all good. We don't need any of this. We only need, we don't need confirm password, so get rid of that. We do need password, but we don't need name. And yeah, so just email and password, that's good. Let's change this to login for our button. Okay, and again, this needs to be a login. So if we go ahead and save that, I think that might be good for us. So let's come back over to our app, and again, we will need to just copy down this route, and let's go log in and log in, auto import that. Okay, we go ahead and save, and let's come back over. All right, sorry about that there. It looks like my OBS just crashed real quick, but let's test this out here. So we got Darwin at test.com is what we signed up with earlier, and then we're just gonna go password for our password. And when we click login here, we wanna see our token show up, which will show that we are logged in. And we get redirected there, which is good, and our token shows up, which shows that we are logged in. So that is basically some authentication. In the next video, we're going to go over how we can do protected routes, basically. So if you are logged in, you'll only be able to see certain routes. And if you're not, maybe you'll go to the landing page or something like that. But yeah, we'll get to that in the next one. This one's going on quite long. But yeah, thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Welcome back, and in the last video we created our sign up and our login components and handled some authentication on our front end, and now we kind of want to put that to use by adding some protected routes. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a isAuthenticated component, and then we're going to wrap whichever routes here that we do not want to have anyone visit unless they're authenticated. So that's kind of the plan for this video. So let's get into it and start coding this up. So let's come over to our components folder here. We're going to create a new file, and we're going to call that isAuthenticated.tsx. Okay, and in here we're going to do what we did before and just come in to our users here and highlight all this and copy it, and we're just going to copy this over so we have some sort of base to work from here. All right, so that's good. So let's get into how we're going to do this here. All right, so let's get into this. So we're going to get rid of this here. We're going to come in and this users, we're going to change to is authenticated. Okay, so that's going to be our component name. And then let's come in and write our GraphQL query here. So let's come in here and say const, and we'll go is underscore logged underscore in, and that's going to be equal to GQL. We're going to go backticks here, And then here, we're gonna open up some braces here, and we're just gonna go me. So we're gonna query the me query, and all we wanna get back from that is ID. And we can go ahead and save that. So this is all we're gonna be getting from here. And if we check out our mutation here, let's just take a look at this. So let's, actually that's gonna be a query. So let's go queries. So let's check out our queries rather. And you can see that we have a query right here. So this is our me query, and that's what we're gonna be hitting. And basically this is just gonna find the number by our user ID. And so that'll determine if we are authenticated, and we'll show you how we're gonna use that. But first, we gotta make sure we close off these backticks here. All right, so we wanna come down after that, and we're gonna add our query here. So that's is underscore logged in, okay? And then this can all be the same, and then we can get rid of this inside the div here. Actually, we can get rid of the divs too. So let's get rid of that, and actually just get rid of this return statement to start with. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna come down below, and we're gonna add another if statement. So let's go if, and we're gonna say there's not any data dot me. So if this returns nothing, data dot me returns nothing, then we're gonna go like this, and we're gonna return redirect, which we're gonna auto import, and this comes from React router DOM. So redirect, and we want to redirect, we need to pass it into 2, so where it's going to redirect, and then we're going to go give it a path name. Good. And we're going to give it the path name of slash landing, I think is what we had. So go ahead and save that there, and make sure the redirect, we actually close that off there. Okay, so that's good. So if this doesn't happen, so if we do have data, so this is the case when we do not have any data for ourselves. Now we want to pass in if we do have data. Now how are we going to do that? We're going to come down below, and we're just going to return children, which we haven't brought in yet, but we will as a prop. So we're going to wrap it. So anything inside of this is going to be the children. So we're going to come up here, children, pass that in. That's good. And we're gonna wrap the what we want to restrict. So what you need to be authenticated for. In our case, that's gonna be users. So let's actually change this over here. So let's go /users, that'll be, and that'll give us our users. And we'll just go, we'll keep our landing, I guess, like that. So come over here, and we're gonna wrap that. So we'll wrap this. So let's go is authenticated, and that'll auto import for us. Okay, and then we're just going to come down and bring this and wrap the entire thing. Okay, so that looks pretty good. All right, so we're getting a little error right here with our TypeScript. So let's come in, and we're going to type this. So interface, and we'll say props here, and then in here we want to go children, and we'll make this optional, and we can add a property here called React node. Okay, and we could destructure that too if you want, but it doesn't matter to me. Then we come in here, and we're gonna add our props. Okay, and that takes care of our error there. However, if we save this and we come over to our app here, we're getting a little problem here. Now the way to fix that is we want to come in, and we actually have to wrap this in a fragment. So let's come over here, and we're just going to wrap it in a React fragment here, and we got to put these in some curlies here. Okay, now if we go ahead and save that, come back over. All right, now we can see we are not authorized because we have not signed in, although I don't know if we're actually going to that. So let's go to landing. Okay, we can go to our landing. Then if we come over and we want to go to our login, we're able to do that. However, our protected route is what? Our protected route is /users. So we shouldn't be able to go to /users unless we're logged in. So you can see we're not authorized. So now if we come in and we go log in, and we come over here, bump this up for you a little bit, and I think it was darwin@test.com. Password is password, and we log in. We're redirected to our users, and now if we refresh, we're still logged in. We can go to these this /users URL. All right, so let's come back here and just go over quickly what we did. Again, so if we're authenticated, whatever routes are within the authenticated component here, whatever the children of it, we will need to be authenticated to visit, and then the other ones, you do not need to be authenticated. And again, just coming down here is authenticated. If data.me, if nothing comes back for this, we're redirecting to the landing page, and otherwise we are showing the component. So I think that's good for kind of a protected routes for this one. In the next one, let's actually go back and style some of these login pages and stuff. Actually get this looking not like complete trash. So thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So in the last video, we handled protected routes here, and now we actually want to make our login and our sign up form not look like complete garbage. So let's do a little styling. So we'll style our login and our sign up form, and that will be it. So let's get into it. All right, so let's just take a look at what we're working with right now. So this is what our login form looks like right now. We want to make it look a little more similar to a Twitter login. So let's add some stuff to our login and our sign up and get it going. Okay, so let's come over to our login.tsx right now, and we're going to come in and just add a few class names, and then we'll style it up in some CSS after that. So let's come down, and actually let's come over first into our SRC, and we're going to create a new folder here. So come into here and create a new folder, and we're going to call it styles. Inside our style file here, let's create a new file, and we'll just go login.css. That'll be for our login page. And actually we're gonna add one more thing here. So come over and add another folder, and we'll call it assets. And inside here, we're gonna have images and what other sort of assets we need. So I have a Twitter logo that I am going to paste in here, but you can just find one either from the GitHub or from Google. So I'm gonna paste this in, and this just looks, it's just a Twitter logo. It won't show up in my VS Code, but you'll see it in a second. So it's just a PNG file, and that will be our logo for this. Okay, so let's come back over and add these class names over to here. So there's not a ton we have to add, but there is a few things. So come down here, and we're gonna change a few things here. So let's come in here, and we're gonna change this to an H3, and then we're gonna change this to login to, we'll just call it fake Twitter here, because that's what it is, a fake Twitter. All right, so then come up here, and above this, this is where we're gonna have our logo. So we're gonna go IMG for our image tag, and then SRC. And then we're gonna have to bring this in. So we'll bring it in as Twitter logo, like that. Okay, and then we'll have our alt here, and that's just gonna say logo. Okay, great. And then we are gonna have our style. We're gonna have a style tag here, and just give it a width so it's not bigger than, not too big. That's gonna be 50 pixels. And then below that, we're gonna have a class name, and that is gonna be equal to logo. Okay, and then make sure we close this off here, and that's all good. Now, as you can see here, the Twitter logo, we haven't brought that in. So come up to the top, and we gotta import that. So we're gonna go import, we called it Twitter logo, I think, and that is gonna be from, and it is /styles/ what assets / Twitter -logo.png. Okay, so that's good for that. Let's come back down and finish up adding our other class names here. So most of these we're just going to hit by the form element or whatever, but we are going to add a couple things. So I can just go dot register, and that will give me a div with the class name of register. And then inside here, we got an h4. Okay, and that's going to say don't have an account, question mark. And then below that, we're going to have a link. And we need to bring that in. Okay, and that's from React Router DOM. And this is just going to link to our slash sign up. Okay, close that off. And in here, we're just going to say sign up. So if you don't have an account, this is just going to be a link to our sign up page. And that is all for that. Okay, and then what else do we have? In our submit button here, we're going to have a class name on here. So let's go class name. And that's going to equal login dash button here. Okay, and that'll say login. All right, in this login here, we actually want to put in a span. Okay, and we'll just say login again. Okay, and then go ahead and save that. Now, what we need to do is come over to our login.css and add all our styles here. But before we do that, I want to do a little introduction into CSS variables here. So CSS variables will allow you to add variable names to handle whatever it is, certain styles throughout your entire application. So what I want to do is I want to come into our app.css and just show you how that works. So let's go app.css here, open it up, and we don't actually want any of this here. So let's get rid of that. We don't need any of that. Okay, and then we want to come in, and I'm going to show you how to do this. So let's go :root. This is CSS variables. And then in here, so in here, we're just going to go dash main dash color. So this is going to be the main color for our app, and it's going to be the Twitter color. So I'm going to paste the color I have for this. So I'm going to paste the color I have for this here. Okay, and that's good for that. And then the next one we're going to have is going to be button dash hover dash color. Okay, and then again, let me paste this in here. Okay, and that's all we're going to have for our first two. So basically the root element is just going to allow you access to these variables throughout your entire application. So that's going to be that for that. And then we also want to bring into here, we're going to import our styles/login.css, and this is going to be available throughout our application as well. So let's go ahead and save that. We can get rid of this for now, and now let's come in and actually code these styles up. So I might fast forward through some of this because it's going to be pretty boring. Watch me type CSS, but we'll show the end result, and I'll also have it on the GitHub so you can check it out. Okay, and now just to show you in here, this is how we're going to use CSS variables. So what we want to do is go var, so it's going to be the variable, and then we just pass in the variable. So it's just dash main dash color is what we called it. Okay, and that's basically how you use CSS variables. So that is quite a lot of styling here. Let's just go over it. We got our div, we got our background color for our entire screen here. We got our logo component here. We're just hitting our form instead of class names. We're hitting input instead of that. And then we got some button stylings here and login. And we also have a register for the button that goes back to the sign up page. All right, so I think let's maybe take a look at this. All right, so this is what we're looking at here. This is our sign up page here. And then if we click sign up, we come back to here. Now we need to add a couple stylings to our sign up page as well, because as you can see, our button's off here as well as our sign up, and we don't have any logo. So let's come back and add these to our sign up page. All right, so let's come down to the bottom here and add in a few things. So we're gonna have a .register div here, and inside of this div, we're gonna have an each for again, and this says already have an account question mark. So if they already have an account, then we're gonna hit this link here and bring that in from React router DOM. Okay, and that's gonna be 2, and that's gonna equal /login. Okay, and close that off and say log in down here. Okay, save that. Let's see if that works. Oh, we're getting a little error here. Okay, so this needs, we just gotta bring this outside here. Come down, save that. Okay, and now we have this here. So I already have an account, log in, it'll bring us over to here, and then sign up will bring us here. Now we want to get this logo and then this over and this button fixed. So let's handle that real quick. All right, so come back up to the top again, and here again we want to go each 3, and we'll say sign up. And then above that, all right, and then above here, we want to get the same thing, so we can just come back over to our login here, and we can just copy this over right here, this image from there, bring it back over here, paste that in. Okay, and then we got to bring this in here. So come back up to the top, import Twitter logo from /styles /assets /Twitter-logo.png. Okay, and then that, go ahead and save that. Now let's take a look. Refreshes, and that's all good. And now the last thing, this button here. So let's go ahead and fix that. So come back down to the bottom here, and this is the button we want to fix. So we want to add a couple things. One thing we want to add is a class name to this. So let's add, we can just add the same class name for the login and the sign up. All right, so the class name is going to be equal to login-button there. And then we also want to go like this and add a span here. And then inside that span is where we want to put the sign up button here. So go ahead and save that. Come back over. Now we got a beautiful button. When it hovers, it gets a little darker. We got our sign up, and we have everything working pretty good here. That spacing's a little off, but don't worry about that for now. We can go ahead and fix that another time. All right, and then if we click that, it goes to login. Okay, so I think that is the styling for our fake Twitter here. For our sign up and our login. Not the best looking thing ever, but it actually, if you go to the Twitter, it actually looks somewhat similar. So not crazy off. Again, this isn't a CSS course, but hopefully that was helpful anyways. All right, in the next one, either we're gonna start working on our backend and our model, or we're gonna maybe style our, we'll have a landing page or something. So thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. All right, so welcome back. In the last video, we styled our sign up and our login forms. Now we're just gonna do a little more CSS. I promise we'll get to the good stuff soon, but we gotta style our landing page so it doesn't look like complete garbage. All right, so how are we gonna do that? Well, we're gonna come into our landing.tsx, and I'm gonna write up some markup, and then we're gonna have a file for our landing.css, and we're gonna add that. And I'll probably just go through that and speed that up a bit, and you can copy the CSS either after or when we go through it. But first, we're gonna have to add one thing here. So if we come over to our Chrome, and we're gonna add Font Awesome, and we're just gonna do this with the CDN. I don't want to go through the whole process of adding this into our file. So let's copy this link tag over, and then come back over here. And in here, we're actually going to go in to our public folder here and our index.html. And then all these link tags, we're just going to add one more and just paste that in there. And once that's good, we are good to go. So we can go ahead and save that and get rid of that. Okay. Now, like I said, I'm just going to add this markup and I'll speed it up and then we'll get into it from there. All right, so that is our markup for this page. Basically no real functionality going on other than maybe our link tag here. So let's just go over what we did. So we just added some class names to our divs and whatnot. So we got a main, a wrapper, we got a left side, and then here, this is our font awesome. So these three different font icons come from font awesome, and that's why we added this CDN for that. Okay, so that's good. And then come down here. We're bringing in our logo. So we're bringing that in up here. Again, good. And then this link is from React Router DOM, and we're going to either our sign up or a login. So if we go ahead and save that, we can come over to our landing page here. This is what we got. So obviously not styled at all, but we have our logo and our links and whatnot. So now, got the fun part. So now we want to come over and actually style this up with a little CSS and put these class names to use. So we're going to come down in here, close some of this. In here, we're going to have another style here. So we're going to add a new file here, .css, save that. And then this is where we're going to add all our CSS. And then we can bring that in up here. So let's just bring it in right now. And we'll import /styles/landing.css. All right, so that's good for that. And then we want to come back over and actually add our styles in. So again, I'll speed through this and then we'll go through it after. All right, so that is a lot of type in there, but let's come back up and just go through it here. So we got our main div that we have. We're going to use Flexbox right now. We're going 100. These VH is view height. Let's keep going. So then we're just getting more granular as we go. So then we come down, we go main, and then the wrapper component, which is inside of that, or the wrapper class, which is inside of that. And then we just keep going as we go. So we don't need to go through all this, but basically you can copy that down if you like, and let's see how it looks. So if we come back over here, we see we got a little bit of an issue, and I'll show you why that's happening. So let's come back over to our app here. This div is hitting all our components because we're bringing it in globally. So what we're going to do is we're going to go .container. And we're going to add a class name where we had the div before. So that's in our login or our sign up. So come into your login, and if you just have a div here, add the container class to that. And then once that's done, come into your sign up as well and add a container class to that. And that should take care of that. So once that's all good, we can close out of these here. We can come back here, make sure you save that login.css as well. And then your landing page, make sure that's saved. And then let's come back over and check it out. All right, so that looks a lot better. And if you check out Twitter, this is actually fairly similar to what Twitter's landing page actually looks like. It's obviously not perfect, but this ain't a CSS course. In the next video, we're going to start mapping out our database and actually creating our model. So that'll be a little bit more interesting probably. But yeah, thanks for watching. All right, so welcome back here. And in the last video, we were doing a bunch of styling with our landing page. And now we're going to get into the meat of this project here. We're going to start building out our backend and starting with our model here, our database model. So we're going to be working first in our schema.prisma, and we're going to work on our profile here. And before we get started here, though, I would just suggest you come in and install, if you're using VS Code or something, the Prisma extension just to help with formatting stuff. It'll make life a little bit easier for you. If you're not using VS Code, don't worry about it. Just yeah, try to code along. All right, so we're back here, and we're gonna start here by creating our profile. So we're gonna come in here, and we will create our model. All right, so we're gonna come in here, and we're gonna go model and profile, and open up some brackets. And then this is where you're gonna add all your different fields that you wanna be on your model for your profile. So we're gonna have an ID for that, and that's gonna be an int. And there's a few things we wanna add on top of this. So we're gonna have the ID flag here, and then the we're gonna have a default option here, and that's gonna say auto increment. The other thing with this Prisma plugin here is it gives you a lot of autocomplete, which is nice. So we're going to auto increment. So if we were not going to add one, it's just going to increment by 1 each time we create a new profile. So that's for that. And yeah, I'll go through and create the rest of them, and then we'll come back. Okay, so these are our different fields that we're going to have on our profile. So we're going to have a bio, a location where you're at, a website if you want. Your avatar is going to be your kind of profile picture. And then we're going to attach it to our user. So each profile is going to be attached to a user. And that's what these fields are. So we need a unique user ID here, and then the user, which is going to be connected through this relation field that we attach there. All right, so that's good. Now we also have to add this onto here, but it does it for us automatically, you can see. Now the only thing is, though, we don't want an array of profiles. We just want a single one that it's attached to. So we're just gonna come on and put a question mark. And the question marks are gonna mean that it is not necessarily required. So it's an optional parameter there. And that's what all these are here, because we don't necessarily want to force the person to have any of these or even a profile in general. Okay, so that's good. Now let's come and let's actually create one more thing here, and that's going to be a tweet here. So we're going to do a model for the actual tweets that we want to create. All right, so this is our tweet model. Again, the ID with the default is going to auto increment. We have created at, so we know when it's created, and then we're just going to have a content, and this is going to be required for a string, and then we're going to attach also to the user, and we're going to call that author. So that is basically all we need to do for that. Now, go ahead and save this. All right, so we're going to open up our thing here, and we want to migrate this over to our Postgres database. So we want to have all these fields. So let's go like this. So we're going to go npx, what is it? npx Prisma migrate, and we're going to go save. So you first have to save it, and then you want to go -- experimental like this. And then they want you to name your migration. So we'll just say profile for now. And then that looks like it worked. It saved this. And then we want to go up again, and we actually want to push this up. And you do that by going up. So npx Prisma migrate up experimental. And it looks like that pushed that just fine. So that is great. And now we want to come over and we actually want to create our mutations in order to create a profile and update a profile. So that's what we're going to do next. So let's come over here, and the first thing we want to do is come into this types folder here, and we want to create a few new types. So we have a new one here for profile. So let's go ahead and say profile.ts, just like that. And we can come over, we got this post one. Let's just copy over what we got for that. Okay, and we'll just use that as a kind of template here. So paste that in here, and we'll change this to profile. Okay, that's great. Now all these are going to be off here, and that is just fine because we haven't created them yet. So what we're going to want to do is have all these different things. So let's just create this right here and copy that over. So let's just paste this down below here and just change this as we go. So we got bio, we got location, nice, and then we have website, okay, and we have also avatar. Okay, so those are all good. All right, so we're getting a few errors here, so we want to kind of work through this here. So let's actually come back to our schema here, and I believe I forgot to add before the tweets. So we have an array of tweets is going to belong to the user, so make sure you add that. So that's good, and then you can migrate that up again. But we're still gonna have a few issues. So let's get rid of, we got rid of our posts here instead of, and replace that with our tweet. So let's go ahead and do that for everything else. So let's go into our users here, and this is gonna be tweets. We'll just replace that. Go ahead and save that. Indexed here, we don't need this, but we can replace that is gonna be tweets. Okay, and we don't have that file yet, so let's go ahead and create that. So let's go new file, and that is going to be capital tweet.ts. So we want to go ahead and create that. So let's again just come over here and we'll copy this over here. So copy that over, come into here, paste that. All right, so we're going to come in here, get rid of that. That says tweet there, and then again here, come in here and say tweet as well. Okay, and then we have some different models here. So we're gonna have an ID also. We're gonna change this to content. That's gonna be that, and then we're just gonna have an author, and that's gonna be all. We don't need this tweets obviously for here. And then let's come back into user, and we've got one thing here, and that's going to be t.model.profile, and we'll call that. Go ahead and save that. And this is actually not tweets, that's tweet. Go ahead and save that. And so we're still getting some errors here. And remember, we want to get rid of post everywhere here. So let's come in anywhere we have post here. So we got rid of it here, got rid of it everywhere else. Let's come into our mutation actually. And we can just comment these out for now. We might come back and use those kind of as a template later. Create draft, we can get rid of this as well. Okay, and I think that should be it. So go ahead and save that. And then we haven't really played with this much yet, but we're gonna have in this permissions file, in this index.ts, we're gonna have some different rules here. So we got rid of posts, so we don't actually need this right now. So we can get rid of is post owner here. We can just comment all that out for now. I don't know if we'll be using it later or not. And then these two, we'll just, actually these three, we'll just comment them out at the moment. This one too. And this one actually too. Okay. So go ahead and save that. All right, then in our query here, we want to get rid of post here too. So let's get rid of this. We don't need that. Filter post, we don't need any of this. Get rid of this. And what else here? Post here. Where's that end? Right here. So get rid of all of this. Go ahead and save that. Users, that's all fine. In our tweets.js too, we spelled this wrong, so come and fix that. Author, not author. All right, so that's good. That seems to have resolved. I had to delete my node modules and stuff. There seemed to be some issue with the model here, but we're good now. If you're running into an issue, I'd suggest deleting your node modules in your package.json log file and doing a fresh install there. And after that gets resolved, let's go ahead and show you what we did for our mutation. So we came in and I created a create profile. This is going to be the mutation to create a profile here. And how this works is you're going to pass in the type, so the model, which is a profile for us, and then the different arguments that you want for that. So that's for us a bio, a location, and an avatar on a website. So the same things that we had in our schema file. Okay, and then we're also going to check to make sure the user is authenticated, which is this check here. And this get users ID is coming from our utils folder here, file there, and that's the function that is going to check if we're authorized or not. Okay, so that's good. And then actually let me paste in here also our update file here. So this is our create profile here, and we're also going to want to have an update function here. So let's go here, and this is going to be our update mutation. And these are the different, so we have a string arg, and these are Nexus, I believe, not Prisma itself, but the other package we're using. So we actually got to bring that in. So you can see we got int arg there, and we'll auto import that. And that's for integers basically, and string arg is obviously for strings. So same kind of deal here, basically the exact same thing as create profile, except for we're going to call the update function. So this is how we call it, prisma.profile.update, and for our create, we're going prisma.profile.create, and that is how that'll work. All right, so that's our create profile and our update profile, and kind of a little bit of our back end there. In the next one, we'll probably build out the front end and start actually seeing our profile in our React app. And yeah, thanks for watching. All right, so welcome back. In the last video, we handled creating our profile and stuff in the back end and writing the mutation for that. In this one, we're going to handle the same thing on our front end. So we're going to have a profile page and then a create and update profile function. So that is what we're getting into today. Let's get right to it. All right, so the first thing we want to do is to come into here, to our pages folder. We're going to create a new page here. And we are going to call that page profile.tsx. And then inside here, we're going to have our profile. So let's get a little code up here. So we'll go RFC. That'll create a React functional component for us. And that'll just kind of bootstrap that. It's going to be called profile. I actually like to move this here to the end of the file. Like that. And then we're going to have a mutation and stuff here, but let's first just come in and make sure we can import this into our app.tsx. So let's come in here. We'll just go in H1 here, and we'll just say profile. Okay, go ahead and save that. And now let's come over to our app.tsx and bring this in. So for this, we're going to want to be authenticated. So we have our is authenticated routes within here. So let's copy this down. And then we're going to have /profile. And then in here, we're going to bring in our profile. And that'll auto import there. All right, so go ahead and save that. I have my server running here. All right, coming over here, we see that we have our profile. So that is good. Now let's get into the actual code in here. Okay, so let's start building out. We'll just start building this out first. So let's come over in here and come up top here. And we're gonna start by building out our query here. So this is gonna be our profile query with our ID, our bio, location, all that different information that we might want for our profile. So let's get into that. So we're going to export this just in case we want to use it somewhere else. And we're going to go const, and we're going to say me_query. And that's going to be equal to GQL, which we're going to have to bring in. That'll auto import there. And then we go backticks, come down below, and we're going to go query me. And then this is where we're going to have our query. So it's going to be our me query. And then we're going to add all the different fields that we want to bring in here for this. All right, so those are all the fields we want for this. And then we want to come down here and just close off our backticks there like that. And that is going to be our me query. We go ahead and save that. All right, so then we want to come down in here and let's come in here and we're going to go const and we're going to say loading, error, and data are the three properties we're going to need. And then we'll go equals use query, which we need to bring in, and we can auto import that there. And then we're going to pass in our query. So that for us is called me query. There it is. And then we're going to go below, say if loading, return loading, and then copy that down, and we can do the same for error. And in here we actually want to put the error. So again, we'll go error.message, and that'll give us our actual error message in case something goes wrong. And now let's come in here and actually build this out a little bit. So let's give a class name onto this div here. So let's say class name, and that's going to be equal to container. And that's just a class we had already added for some of our other styles, so that'll work for that. And then we're going to come down below here, and we're going to have a p tag here. And inside that, we're just going to go data.me.profile.bio and copy this down a couple more times. And then we're just going to have our location. And we actually got to make sure we close these off. So then we got our profile.location. And the last one we're going to have here is profile.website. And the avatar we're going to bring in later when we do our kind of image there. So that'll be good. So data.profile.websites are last for that. And then above here, we're not going to add this in yet, but we will have, or actually that'll be below here. So below our H1 here, we're also going to have data.me.profile.id. So if there already is a profile, we're going to do ternary here, and then we're going to pass in a function called update. And if there isn't, we're going to have a create profile. So you'll be able to create your actual profile. But for now, let's get rid of that because we haven't created those yet, and let's go and do that. All right, so for our create and our update components here of our profile, we are going to use a package from npm called React Modal. So let's just come over here real quick. All right, so we're going to be using this React Modal package just to give us a quick and easy modal. It's obviously a super popular package here, and yeah, we'll be using that. And then also we got to import the types for that as well. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so come into your terminal here, open up a new window here and cd into the web folder. And then we're just going to go yarn add, and it is called React-modal, and let that run. And then once that's done installing, we also want the types for that. So let's go yarn add, and we're going to go -d for development, and then at types/React-modal. All right, so that looks like it installed, no problem. We can close this up. We don't need that right now. And let's come over to our components here and create a new file and call that createProfile.tsx. All right, again, let's just go RFC. That'll give us a React functional component to work with. That's great. We can copy this down, paste it here, create profile. That's good. So now we have our base. Now let's we'll just work down from the top here. So give ourselves a little bit of room up here, and again we're going to do create profile mutation. So that's what we have to do to start with. So let's go const All right, so that's what our create profile mutation looks like. We're just passing in a bio, location, website, and avatar, creating it, and we're just getting back the ID from that. Okay, now we want to add a little bit of TypeScript here, actually. So come up here, and let's do an interface. And we'll call it profile values. And then here we're going to pass in our actual values. So again, it'll be the same. And don't forget to actually close off up here our backticks. Very important. And spell string right. Okay, and then let's come down here and again create our mutation. So come in here. Bring in use mutation. And pass in your profile mutation. And then we're going to have one more thing here. So we're going to do a comment, pass in a second argument here. And this is going to be called refetch queries. So refetch queries. And then we're going to go like this and pass in an array of the queries that we want to refetch. So we're going to say query. And then we want to refetch, rather, the me query here. So every time we create a profile mutation, we're not going to update our DOM. So we want to actually refetch this me query, which is going to get from anywhere the me query is being used, all these values again. So that's why we want to pass that in there, because we want some update to our DOM. Now we're going to have some state right below here. So let's go like this and say const. And this is going to be our modal state. So let's go modal is open and set is open. Then we're going to pass that into use state, which we got to bring in. And we're going to start it as false. Okay. Go ahead and save that. And then below this, we want to do our initial values, and this is a Formik again. So const initial values. And we're going to pass in our TypeScript here, profile values that we created. And that again is coming from here. Pass all those in. And that's going to be equal to the same thing. So bio. And all these are going to be empty strings to start. All right, and then we want to create two functions which we're going to use for our modal. So the first one is going to be open modal. And we're going to do arrow function here. And we're going to go set is open, and we'll set that to true if we hit the open modal. And let's copy this down, and then below here we're going to say close modal and set is open, and we'll set that back to false. Now I'm going to go into our login here and copy over the form element from Formik. So we're just going to copy all this Formik here. And we're going to use that and then switch that over to our create profile. So let's come in here. Okay, and then we want to say field tier 2, bring that in, and error message. So once that is all formatted, we're good, and we can go back and get rid of some of the stuff. So we're gonna have a button here, and this is gonna be called not login, of course, but create profile. And then we don't need this history.push, get rid of that. We don't need any local storage here, get rid of that. We can say create profile for that. We don't need any validation schema for right now. We might come back to that, so we'll just comment that out real quick. We don't actually have a response we need to get, so we can just go straight await create profile. That'll handle that. And now let's come in and change this form up a little bit. All right, so let's go through and just add the different fields that we're going to use for actually creating our profile here. All right, so we have our bio, location, our website. Again, we're going to handle our avatar later, so that doesn't need to be added. So that's all good. And one point of note here is that for this field, we're going to be using a text area. This can be a little bit larger for our bio. So in order to do that with Formik here, we got to write as text area and type text again. Now we also want to add a little bit of styling to our text area. So come over to our app.css, and I'm just going to paste in what I have for this. So you can go ahead and copy that down, or it will be in the final code there. All right, so now let's actually handle our modal, which this actual form will be inside. So we're going to come up to the top here, and we're going to add a button here. Okay, and inside this button, we're going to say create profile. And we're going to add an on click here. And that is going to equal open modal. All right, so when we hit this, the modal will open, but we don't actually have a modal yet. So let's create that. So come down below here. We're going to say modal, which we have to bring into the top here. So let's do that. From React modal. So we got our modal here. And inside the modal, we're going to have a bunch of different fields. All right, so we got to wrap this entire thing. So bring this modal down to the bottom here. We're going to wrap our whole form here. So all of our Formik there. And then you can see we have this custom styles that's underlined here because we haven't actually created that yet. So let's go and create that. So come over to our styles here, and we're going to have a new file. And we're going to call that custom modal styles.ts. And I'm just going to paste this in here. And these are going to be our custom styles. And so this is how we can style our modal, everything we need. So a few there. So then we want to bring in custom styles up at the top here. That should take care of that. All right, so now we want to see if we can create our profile. So let's come back over to our profile here. And for now, we're just going to actually get rid of all of this because we're not going to have any of that. So let's come here and just try to bring in our create profile. Okay, so go ahead and save that. And then let's come over and check it out. All right, so this is what we're working with right now. So this is our create profile. It's a little small right now. Bump that up for you. And if we click this, we're going to get our bio, our location, and our website here. And then we're going to be able to create our profile just like that. So that's actually exactly what we want to look at. Let's actually try it out. This is a test. Bio, location, Vancouver, website, nix.blog. Let's hit create profile. Okay, so nothing happened there when we created our profile, and let's go and see why that is. So we had to come in here and we had location spelt wrong. So go ahead and fix that. Make sure all your spelling's right. Oftentimes, if your mutations do not work, it's often you have something spelt wrong here. So make sure everything matches up fine and you should be good. So let's go back and test it out. All right, so let's come here. We're going to create a bio. We'll say test, a location, test, and a website, test.com. And then we're going to go create profile. And hopefully, let's inspect this. And we can see here, I console.log this, and we're getting our bio, our test, and our location back. So that worked. Now, we're not closing this or anything, and nothing's showing up yet. So let's go create that. All right, so let's come in here, and there's a few things we want to change. Actually, let's go to our profile first and just see if we can do this. So we're going to come and comment out these things. Okay, and now let's just see if those are showing up. Refresh these, and we can see that our values are all showing up here. So that is all very good. But one more thing we want to add is we want to close our modal and submit. So let's add that. So we're going to have our set submitting to false, and then after that, so once everything's done submitting, we're going to go set is open and set that to false, and that'll close our modal for us. Okay, so that should be good for that. Let's actually change this. That's not a capital. That should be a lowercase a. That's good. Just make sure everything's looking good. Now, the next thing we want to do is create an update function here. So we want to update our profile. So let's come back in here and come into our components. And we're going to say a new file. And we're going to say update profile, capital P, .tsx. And this is going to be quite similar to our create profile. So let's copy over that. And we can just paste this in here. And then let's just go through to the top and start changing things up. So the first thing is everywhere we have this, we're going to want to say update profile. All right, so that's good for that. And we're going to have to come through and do some of those lowercase, but that'll be fine. And we have one more thing we need to add to our update profile, and that is going to be, well, first let's lowercase this and lowercase this. Make sure those are update lowercases. Now let's add an ID here, because that's one difference we're going to have between our create and our update functions. And that's going to be an int, and that's going to be required. So make sure you have that, and then come down below. All right, and then let's keep moving down. This can still be profile values, that's fine, but we're going to add an ID here too. And that's going to be a number. And then this, we do want uppercase here, but this can be lowercase. And here we have our create profile mutation. We got to change this, both of these, to update. Okay, so make sure those match. Again, we're going to want to refetch the query with the me query so that can stay like that. That's good. We're going to have a modal here. That's going to be the same. Now, one other thing, we're going to want to bring in an actual query. And that's why in this profile here, come up here, that's why we exported this query, because we want to use it other places. And one of those places is going to be our update profile. So let's come up to the top here, below here, and we can just go const, open up some brackets here and say loading, error, data. That's going to be equal to use query. Bring that in. We're going to pass in the me query here and auto import that. Okay, and the reason we're doing this is for our update profile, we're actually going to want to have initial values, because when you are updating, you're going to want initial values. So let's come down below this use state here, and we're going to have our loading and our error. And then these initial values are going to be the same here, except for we're going to add an ID here. All right, so these are going to be all our initial values here, and that's coming again from the me query. Update profile, we're going to need to export that. Make sure that's exporting properly. Good. This should say update profile. This modal is going to be the same. That's good. This capital should be lowercase, update profile. That's all good. And then these text areas should all be the same. And this again should be update profile. Okay, so I think that is all we need to do for our update profile. It's looking pretty good. Let's give it a go. So we want to bring that into here. Now we don't want to show the create profile and the update profile at the same time. So what we're going to do is now use this as a conditional. So we're going to go data.me.profile. And if there is a profile, then we're going to call the update profile. And bring that in. And then if there isn't, that's when we want to create our profile. Okay. So go ahead and save that. So let's check it out. All right, so you can see that we do have a profile already. It's showing. And now if we update, we see we have our initial values set like this, and we can change it to something else. So biotest, and then testing, test.com, that's fine. And then if we say update, you can see it closes our modal there, which is exactly what we want. And these update right away. And that's that refetch query that we talked about earlier. All right, so that's it for this video. Hopefully that was useful. In the next one, we'll probably continue building out our profile page and maybe adding to our database models a little bit. All right, thanks for watching. All right, so welcome back. And in the last video, we started building out our profile with our update profile here and our create profile. But now if we come over and take a look at our actual profile page, we can see it kind of looks like garbage. So let's make it less garbagey. So with our profile, we're going to have the same layout for every page. So our profile page is going to be the same as our home page. So basically it's going to be 3 columns here with a main section and then a left nav and a right sidebar as well. So we're going to start structuring that out and just kind of build this out a little bit. So this is going to be mostly markup and some styling. So I've actually gone ahead here and added a couple style files here. So primary.css, I've added this, so you can copy this into from the repo, I would suggest, and also profile.css. Okay, so those are good. So go to the GitHub repo if you need those styles and copy that. And I'm probably just going to do the markup and speed through some of this and then kind of talk it through after that is complete. So one thing we actually also want to do here is to come into our app.css, which is here. And right now we're bringing this login right here, but we don't actually want to do that because that's going to apply globally if we do it here. So we're going to come into our login and we want it for our login. So we're going to come up here into our login.tsx here and just import it because we just want to use it locally here. And actually, we're going to want to do the same thing in our sign up. So come over to sign up also, and we're going to import the same thing at the top here. So come in here, and we'll import styles login and save that. Okay, cool. So now I'm just going to get into the markup that after all that's done. So let's go into our profile here, and I'll probably just speed this up and then we can walk it through a little bit. Okay, so now that that is all good and done there's a few other things that we want to make sure we add. So in our update profile, we're going to change our button a little bit. So we're going to change this to this, which is going to be edit profile. And then this class name, make sure you have the edit button. And then we want to do the same thing here, same class name, and that's just going to be a little bit of a different style and create profile for that. So make sure you add those. And then one other thing is in our app.css, we want to add, I think just this accent color here, and that's going to be for our border and whatnot. So come on back here and let's just walk through this real quick. So like I said before, we're going to have a 3-column kind of layout here. In that, if we come out into our profile.css, actually our primary.css, and come up to the top, we're going to be using CSS grid. And I don't know if we've gone over that before, but this is how that's going to work. So you say display grid, and this is going to be our main layout for the same for each of our pages. So our home page is going to be the same as this after. So we want to go display grid, and then you go grid template columns, and then the width of each column here. And FR is some sort of like fractional unit here. So 0.7, 1.3, and 0.9. So a little bit smaller. This is going to be the largest section at 1.3. And then kind of the medium section on the right side. So this is left, middle, and then right. And the rest of the styling you can just copy down, but it's just CSS, so nothing so spectacular there. Okay, so coming down in here, we haven't changed any of our queries or anything, so that's good. We're going to have a primary, and this is going to be our left nav section, which I think in the next video we'll probably build out into our navigation on the left. Okay. One thing we brought in history here that is from React Router, and they have something called a function called go back. So that'll just take you back to the last screen you were on. So that is for that. We're we're gonna have our nickname. This is gonna be an avatar. Right now we're just gonna have a placeholder, but after we're gonna do uploading photos, probably to Cloudinary, I'm guessing. So this will be replaced in the end. And then we're either showing our update profile or our create profile, which we did before, depending if we have a profile or not. So that is all good. And then we want to do a check here to make sure there's a profile. And if there is, we're going to show these different things. Our website. Oh, again, this is React Router. So that's going to link. And that is how you do that. You give it this is going to be an outside link to like a website or something. So we got to give it a path name and then use backticks to do that. So that is good. And we just hard coded some followers and stuff right now, and we'll be adding that later on. So let's take a look and see what this looks like. So this is what we have right now. Again, this is going to be our avatar here in the future, but it is just being hard coded now. We have an edit profile. We have the website, which is a link. You can see at the bottom here. It goes to test.com. I don't think that's a real thing, so I won't click on it. And then our name for our user is here and here. And this is a back button too, which I guess I was at the wrong link before, but that'll take you back. And then again, the edit profile, we can go ahead and edit our profile and update it. So that is going to be it for this video. Again, this is more of a markup and styling, not too much React specific or GraphQL specific stuff. But yeah, on the next one, I think we'll build out our nav, and then we'll get into image uploading and stuff after that. So stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. So in the last video, this is kind of where we ended up, and that was building out our profile a little bit. And now we're going to build out this kind of left side nav here. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so a couple things we've added here. I've added a left nav.css here. And again, the code will be in the description, but just some CSS for you to add for the button and for some titles and whatnot. So go ahead and get that code and add that if you would. And then the other thing we have done is added our Twitter logo to our favicon. So that is this up here. So you see how it's a little Twitter logo instead of the React one. So we did that by coming over here, and we just want to come and add it up here. So I've replaced this favicon.ico with our Twitter logo. So you may want to go ahead and do that too. Otherwise, no worries. So for this video, we're just going to build out that left nav. So let's come in to our components here under our SRC, and we want to add a new file here, and we're going to call that left nav .tsx. Okay, and then let's just get a functional component up here. So RFC, React functional component. We're going to do that. I like to copy this over here and paste this down here. Again, you don't have to do that, but you can if you want. So again, this is going to be another kind of markup tutorial. So I'll probably speed through some of this as I go. But again, the code will be in the description, and then we will go through it after I get it all in there. Okay, so that is our markup for this left nav here. So just to go through it real quick, we're bringing in our link component from React Router DOM there. We're just having an image, which is going to be the favicon of the Twitter logo there with a little style in here. And then we're just linking, these are just going to go to users. These will go to different pages once we have those routes set up, but right now we don't have that. The only route we really have is profile. So that's going to link to that. And then we have the different font awesome icons with that, and then the name. And with our styling, we have a little hover effect and stuff. So you can go and check that out here. When we hover over the H2, we're going to add a background and stuff. So you'll see that. But other than that, pretty basic, pretty straightforward. For our button here, we have some styling here. It's just going to make this a little unique, and that is going to be our tweet button, which will eventually lead to us being able to create a tweet. So that's great for that. Now let's come into our profile here, and let's add this to the actual nav here. So you can see right now we just have a left nav here. So we're just going to replace what's in here. And in here, we're just going to add our left nav here and import that like that, and that should be good. So once you do that, let's go and check out and see if this is working. So we can refresh the page here. And after a minute there, it comes up, and this is our left nav here. So not looking too bad. These links right now don't really go to anything. The tweet isn't actually going to be working. But again, yeah, this will be open up a modal eventually, and we can we'll have a tweet here. And most of these things, I don't know if we'll have messages and notifications and stuff, but we may be replacing that. But we'll definitely have our home page and a way to tweet and whatnot. Again, our edit profile still works. And then below here in the middle, we're going to have all our tweets of either our tweets or the people we follow or like and all of that stuff. And then the right, we're going to have like popular tweets, I believe. So I think that's good for this. So yeah, thanks for watching. And in the next one, we're going to be building out our avatar here. So that's going to be image uploads and whatnot. So that should be a good one. So stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so welcome back. In the last video, we built out kind of this left side nav here. And in this one, we're going to be doing some image uploading. So as you see here, we just have a kind of a placeholder for our profile picture, our avatar, and we're going to want to replace that or be able to update that. So we want to be able to click here and have some way of updating our image along with that. Now, how we're going to do that? We're going to use this puppy over here, Cloudinary. So why don't you come over here, sign up for this, and they have a pretty nice little free tier. So that is good for our testing purposes. So come over, sign up. You'll see you got some information here. And once you are here, we're going to come over to here to the settings. And once you're in here, we're going to head over to upload here. And you're going to scroll down here all the way to see something called upload presets. And we're going to want to add one of these. So you can see I already have one added here, but I'll show you how to do it. So you go add upload preset. You're going to name it whatever you want. The signing mode here. So we're going to do just an unsigned one right now. So it's going to be less secure. And I'll show you at the end how you can actually do a signed one too. But just for this simplicity's sake, we're going to do an unsigned one. So click unsigned for that. If you want to add it to a folder or something, you can go ahead and do that and add a name. And then that is it. And then go ahead and click save. So that is good for that. So that should look something like this for us. We're just gonna use this Darwin one, and then come back over to your dashboard. Okay, and you're gonna see your account details are here. Now you're gonna click go more here, and you're gonna see, I'll blur this out here, but the API based URL. So you're gonna want to copy this, and that's gonna be the string that you are gonna write your information to. Now, like I said, this isn't going to be secure because if anyone knows this string, they could hit that URL endpoint. So make sure that is okay with you. And again, I'll show you how to do a signed one, which will be more secure at the end. Just we'll go over it. But for this testing purposes, I think that is good. All right, so this is kind of where we left off on our profile over here. And we're going to want to go and do most of the work in our update profile here. But before we do that, go to the base of your web folder here and add a .env file, okay? And I'll blur this out, but we're gonna add something called React_app, and this is important because React gives you the ability to use environmental variables, but so out of the box they give you this, but you have to start it with React app, and then the name of the actual variable you want to use. So I've added mine here, add yours there, because we will be using that to upload our images. All right, so once you've done that, come back here, and we're just going to add something to the actual profile.tsx in here, because we want to replace this placeholder in case we do have an avatar to show. All right, so we're going to come below here, and we're going to go data.me.profile.avatar. That's what we need. And then we are going to open up, give it a question mark, and we're going to open up a ternary operation here. Okay, and then we are going to want to pass in here our actual image component. So if we have an avatar, we want to pass it in as an image. So we want to pass this in, and this is going to have our src, and it's going to be to our data.me.profile.avatar. However, we're only going to be seeing this if we do have an avatar. And if we don't, we want to use this. So come back here, and we're going to go like this, and then pass this down. This is getting messy. Let's save that. Okay, so this is what it should look like now. So again, if we have an avatar, we'll show our avatar. And we have a width of 150. We changed that a little bit and added a border radius also. So add a border radius 50%. That'll make it a circle. And then if we don't have an avatar, we're just going to show this same thing again. And I think that's basically all we need for this profile here. So let's go on to actually uploading images, the actual good stuff. All right, so we're in our update profile, and I want you to come up here to the top here. So we're going to be using use ref. So we're going to go const, and we're going to go input file, we'll call it, and that is going to be equal to use ref. And we want to bring this in down here. And we're just going to set that to null to start there. And then we're going to need a couple more things from use state. So let's go const, and we'll go image and set image. And that is equal to use state. And then we're just going to pass in an empty string there. And then we'll go const, and we want to have a loading state here. So we'll go image loading, because this is going to be outside of our Formik here. And set image loading here. Okay, and then again, that comes from use state. And then here we're going to pass in false to start, because we are not going to be loading. So let's go ahead and start using some of this here. Let's come down. All right, so we're going to be in our modal here. So the first thing we want to do here is add our input components. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is our input component here. Now, we're not going to actually want to show this, but this is what we're going to use for file uploading. So we got to make sure it's a type of file. The name's going to be file. We don't actually need a placeholder here probably, because we're not actually going to be showing this. The on change, we're going to create a function called upload image here. So we're going to pass that in. And then this is from the use ref that we created called input file, which was at the top here. So we're going to be referencing that. And then we have a style display none, because we don't actually want to show it. All right, so now we're just going to go below this, again, outside of the Formik, and we're going to add our actual image and kind of the placeholder that we're going to click on if we want to add a new image. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so right now, this is the upload image that we added to our state. So to see if we are uploading the image. So we're gonna have a ternary here. We're gonna have multiple. So just try to follow along there. So we're gonna have a ternary here. And if it is uploading, we're gonna show the loading state here. And if it's not, we're gonna show this. In here, we got another ternary. So we're gonna check if there's an avatar. If there is, we have this span with this image inside of it, which is gonna be our image. So if we have an avatar, we're gonna show it by putting data.me.profile.avatar in there. And if not, we are going to have this placeholder that we had before. And on both, we're gonna have this input file.current.click. And this is the use ref that we added up at the top up here. So this is where this is gonna come in. And it's going to reference that. So you have to add current after, and then the click is the function. So on click, we are going to be hitting, where to go? This input here, which we're referencing. Now, kind of the last thing we got to do is we have this upload image function that we have not created yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Come above the closed modal here, and we'll go const upload image. And we will make this an async function. Here, we're going to have the E. And then we're going to have a few things. So we're going to first go like this, const files. and that's going to equal e.target.files. Okay, so that's going to get the files. And we're going to go const data, and that's going to equal form data. Then below that, we're going to have data.append, and we're going to append a few things to this. So we're going to go data.append, and we're going to pass in file, and then the files, which we created right here. And we're going to go files at 0 here, because we only want to pass in the first one. Now, if you want to use kind of multiple file uploads or image uploads or whatever you're doing, you'd have to do that a little bit differently. But for now, we just want one, so that's good. And we'll go data.append. And we're going to go here, and you have to write upload underscore preset. And this isn't something we made up with. This is a Cloudinary thing, so you have to, the name of the upload preset is going to come second. So that's going to be for us Darwin there. So whatever you named yours, call it that. And then we're going to go set image loading here, and we're going to set that to true. And now we're going to use fetch to hit the Cloudinary endpoint. So we're going to go const, and we're going to go res, and that is equal to await. And we're going to use fetch here. We're going to go process.env, and then we're going to add our React app Cloudinary endpoint. Okay, and remember, this is what we added from our .env. So all we have to do is process.env and then the name of it, and it will bring it in for us. And then we're going to have a few things. One method, and that's going to be post, all caps. And then the body is going to be the data that we have created here. So the body is going to be the data that we've appended our files to, and our preset information and all that. So that is looking good. And then come down below here, and then we're going to go const file is equal to await res.json, and we have to pass it in as JSON there. Okay, so that is looking good. And then we're going to set our image to file.secure underscore URL. And then finally, we're going to go set image loading here, and we'll set that to false to show that the image loading has completed. Okay, go ahead and save that. All right, and then the last thing we want to do, you can see when we update our profile, we're just passing in the values. So what we actually want to do is come in here, and we're going to pass in an object. So we're going to spread in these values using the spread operator here, and then we're going to go avatar, and then we're going to pass in the image as the avatar and close off our braces there, and then go ahead and save that. All right, so we actually want to change a couple things here, because we don't actually want to know if it's uploaded to the back end yet. We just want to know if it's on the front end. So we're going to change this to the image. This will be the text of the image that we're going to upload there. And then again here, we just want to see if the actual image is uploaded before we push it to the back end. So go ahead and save that. And let's come over. And we have no avatar yet, so that's good. We're going to click Edit Profile. We're going to come in. The style's a bit off, but that's all right. We're going to click on this, and then we're going to select an image. We're going to open it up. Oh. Open that bad boy. It's going to show up there perfectly, so that side's working. Now we're going to hit Update, and hopefully this will update our image. Perfect. All right, so that is working good. That is basically image uploads with Cloudinary and React. Now, I do want to show you quickly how you would do secure uploads. We're not going to implement it because it's a little more time intensive, but I'm just going to show you an example here. All right, so this is if you wanted to have more secure uploads, you would use the signed upload. So again, you would select in Cloudinary the signed option instead of the unsigned, and then you need to add a few things. So the things you need to add are going to be a timestamp, and you can do that by like this here. You're going to have your upload preset. That was the same as the other one. And you're going to need some sort of cryptographic library. So you can download something from NPM. This is a React Native application, so it's using one that's not, it might be actually React 2. But anyways, some cryptographic algorithm here. This is SHA-256, a very common one. But there's you could add something else. I would suggest this. And then you're going to have this text string. So we went backticks, and you're going to add your timestamp, which is here. You're going to add your upload preset and your Cloudinary secret API key. And that's on that front page. Let's just go show you there. So that's on this front page. So that's your secret API key, which is right here. Obviously, I will not show you that. Okay, so you add that all into one big string. And then you're going to upload upload data.append like we had. And you're just going to append each of these things. So you're going to have the file, the API key with your Cloudinary API key, your upload preset, your append, your timestamp, and your signature there, all of which come from here. And then basically everything else is exactly the same. So if you're looking for a more secure way to do your file uploads or your image uploads or whatever to Cloudinary, that is a good way to do it. Anyways, that's it for this video. Hopefully that was helpful. Next time, I think we're going to actually start creating some tweets, so implementing some actual tweet functionality. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so in the last video, this is kind of where we ended up. We were able to upload an image, and in this video, we're going to be creating actual tweets. So if you look here right now, this button, and click on it, doesn't do anything. So we're going to add this feature where we can actually tweet something, because that's going to be important for Twitter. Now, let's head over here. Okay, and just a little housekeeping. I've added a tweet.css, which is going to be this tweet button and stuff, some styles for that, and kind of the styles for the modal that we're going to be using for creating our tweets. So that will be in the code. You can go and copy it over because I don't want to write all this CSS in front of you. Now, another little thing in our update profile here, I've added just some typing because this is Typescript and I haven't been doing much of that. So we have a change event, an HTML element, and then in our use ref, we have an HTML element there. And that is basically all the typing I've added for that. So you can go ahead and add that if you like. And yeah, let's get into this video. Okay, so if we head over to here, our mutation.ts, this is in our backend. And this is how we are going to create the tweet. We've already looked at this, but I just want to show it to you again. So we're going to pass in some sort of content. That's going to be the tweet itself. And then that's all we're really passing in. And then we're connecting it to the user, which is ourselves. And that shall create the tweet for us. All right, so I think that's all the preamble we need. Let's get into actually creating this create tweet component. All right, so let's get into this. So we have our components folder here. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna create a new file and we're gonna call that tweet.tsx. Okay, and then in here, we're gonna create a new component. So we're gonna go RFC. That's gonna create a React functional component for us. And that is gonna be our basis. Now, what we can do is come in to our update component here, our update profile rather, and we want to copy a bunch of this over. So we're just going to go and copy everything inside here, and then we will just replace what we need. So copy that over, and then come in here. And we're going to paste that. Looks like we're not, we're missing a div up top here. So let's go div here. And that should be that. And obviously we're getting a bunch of red lines because we don't have a ton of stuff. But let's also bring in kind of this open modal state. So let's bring in all that. So our state here, our open modal, copy that over. And we can paste that up top here. And then these two functions are going to be the same. Copy those over. And we can paste that below here. Okay, so that takes care of some of this. Okay, and then we want to bring in the modal, make sure we're bringing that in. Up top, paste that in. We can go and add all our missing imports like this as well. And that is command and period, and you can import all the different missing imports there. Okay, and we still don't have we actually don't need a lot of this, so we're not gonna need the input here or any of this image uploading. We don't have an image there, so we can get rid of all of that there. So we got our Formik. We haven't done our initial values yet, so we can actually copy that over too. So you can see in our update profile here, we have all our initial values. So just copy that over and paste that in here somewhere. And paste that in here. And we are just going to have one value here, and it's going to be content. And that is going to be an empty string to start. And we're going to have a new interface here. So let's go tweet values. And then we'll just create that above here. And this is going to be our TypeScript interface. And then we'll call it tweet values like we just said. And we'll just have content as a string. And that takes care of that. Okay, so we're looking pretty good right now. Let's go ahead and just start adding our actual mutation here. So come up to the top here. Get a little bit of room here, and we're going to go const create underscore mutation, or sorry, create tweet underscore mutation. And that's going to equal GQL. Auto import that, give us some backticks there, just like that. And then come in here and we'll go mutation and create tweet. It's what it's called on the back end there. And then we'll go $content. This is the only thing we need to pass in, and that's going to be a string. And then in here, again, create tweet, and then again, content, and that is going to be content. Okay. And then in here, we're just going to get back the ID. Okay, so that is all we need for this GQL. Did that not get, we're not using it, I guess, but that should get brought in. There we go. Okay, and then in here, we want to actually use this tweet mutation here. So let's come up to the top and we'll go like this. Const create tweet, and that's going to be equal to use mutation. And then here, we're going to put create underscore tweet underscore mutation. Okay, and then again, we're going to go like this, and we're going to have our refetch queries here. And then we're going to pass in here an object, which is going to be query, and then we'll pass in the me query, which will auto import there. Okay, so it looks like it's not bringing in use mutation here, so make sure we're doing that. Bring that in, and we're looking good right there. And then we're going to want to do a validation schema, which is from yup, and that's just to make sure we have more than a certain number of characters, or with Twitter, I think it's 256 now, maybe? I don't know. We're going to do 256 for us, but less than 256 characters. So come down below here, and we're going to go const validation schema. And that is going to be equal to yup, which we are going to bring in .object. And then we're going to pass in an array here, or sorry, an object here. And our only value is going to be content there. And that's going to be yup.string. And we are going to say .required, because it's going to be required. And you can just chain these different things on, right? So then we're going to go .min, and that's going to be a minimum of 1. And then we're going to say must be more than 1 character. Okay, and then we're going to say .max, and we can pass in our max value that we want. And for us, that's going to be 256. And then we're going to go must, not must, be less than 257 characters. Okay, so we can go ahead and save that. And we haven't brought in yup. So let's come up to the top here, and we'll just bring in yup there, and that should take care of that. Okay, and we can pass in our validation schema here to our Formik, make sure that's there. And we want to change this to create tweet, just like that. And our variables, again, we are passing an object and spreading in our values before, but since we only have one value here, we can just press put values like that. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Okay, and then also we want to switch out this edit button for a tweet button. So I'm just going to paste this in here, and we got a new button, a little bit of styling on here. Again, it's just going to be opening the modal, and then we have a span with a tweet button like that. Okay, so that's good. And then scroll down here, and we don't need a lot of this. So let's get rid of all of this. And we're going to change this to content. Okay, and that's going to be text, and it's also going to be a text area. We're going to change the placeholder here to say what? We'll say what's happening, which is, I think, what Twitter says. Okay, so that looks good. And our error message is going to say, again, content. Okay, and then I'm going to pass in here. We're going to get rid of this, and I'm going to pass in a footer above this, which is just going to be a line. And then the button down here, which is going to be of type submit, and it's going to have the class name of tweet button. And this has the class name of footer. And I think that's about it. The one other thing we do want to add is a little bit of styling at the top here. And that is going to be like this. So inside the modal above the Formik, we want to add this. And this is going to be just like an exit, an X or whatever on our top left. And then again, just a header with a line for some styling. And make sure you get these class names in of header and of exit up here. All right, so I think that's basically all we need. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's go. Oh, well, I guess we got to bring it in. So we actually want to go here and go left nav, where that is, our component, our left nav component. And as you see right now, we have our span with our button that says tweet here, but we actually want to bring this in. So we can get rid of this entire thing here. And then inside here, we just want to actually bring in our tweet component. Auto import that. All right, and then just from a styling perspective, actually, we want to change a couple things here. So come into our custom modal. So for our min width right here, we're going to expand this a little bit. So we're going to go 30. And then below here in our min height, we're going to make that a little smaller. So that's going to be 10. So go ahead and save that. Okay, and then finally, we want to make sure that we're bringing in our styles. So we have to import our tweets from our styles /tweet.css that's created right here. So go ahead and do that. And then I think we should be good. So let's check it out here. All right, so this is our app here. We can go ahead and refresh, just make sure everything's working good. And then we're going to click on this tweet here. We get our modal rather popping up, and it says what's happening. And we can just say test tweet and then hit tweet. Okay, so it goes away, but obviously we have no idea if anything's happening because we're not showing our tweets or anything yet. So let's go and check out our PG admin. Okay, so if we come over to our PG admin, we can see, let me bump this up a little bit. We can see here that we have actually created our tweet, test tweet, and my author ID. So that looks like it is working great, and that's going to be it for this video. In the next one, we might start building out our actual home page and start showing our tweets and that sort of thing. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so welcome back to another video here. And in the last video, we were able to implement creating tweets like this. And in this one, we are going to go over and kind of style our homepage and stuff. However, I did realize that we have 0 ways of logging out right now. So right now we're having to inspect our element and everything and then clear the token manually. And obviously that is not ideal. So today we're going to be implementing some logout functionality and clearing that token. So let's get right into that. All right, so just to start off, a little bit of housekeeping here. I want you to come into primary.css and we're going to get rid of this left div right here. So right now, just go like this and comment it out. And we might be using this again later, but for right now, we're just going to get rid of that, and that'll become apparent later on for our styling. And now I want you to, I've added a couple files here, one called logout.css. And it just has some basic styles here. Of course, the link will be in the description in the GitHub repo. So you can go ahead and copy that down or go to the GitHub for that. And then the other thing is this logout modal. So right now we have some custom modal styles for our normal modal, but this one's going to be slightly different. So we have some different styles for it. All right, so go ahead and add those, and yeah, and then we'll get into actually coding this up. All right, so we need to create a logout component, and we're going to put this at the bottom here, but we haven't made this yet. So come into your components folder, add a new file, and we'll call it logout.tsx. All right, so then come in here, and we're going to go RFC here, and that's going to give us a functional component to start out. Okay, so that is good. And now let's just start bringing in some different stuff. So let's go const history. And that's going to be equal to use history. Okay, and then we need to bring that in. Okay, so bring that in there. And this is going to be used because we're going to redirect after we log out our token, because we don't want to stay on the same page, because that will not work. And then we're going to have a few other things. So we can actually go and copy some of this modal stuff over from a different component here. So let's look in here. What do we got? Some we got a modal here. So we can, this open and close modal, let's copy those over and just paste that a little room a little below here. And then this state is also going to be copied over there. So this can go up top. Copy that over. Yeah, and then we can actually copy our actual modal here. So let's copy this over and put it in here too. And we'll just put it down here, and then let's close off the modal there. Okay, so that's good for that. We'll bring all that stuff in a minute. We got to bring in use state. Let's just go command dot, and we can add all missing imports there. Speed things up a little bit here. Now we have to do our me query here. So let's go like this, and we'll just type this out actually. So let's go const, and we're gonna go loading, again error, and data, and that is equal to use query, and we'll bring that in here, and then we're gonna pass in the me query here. So me underscore query, and we can bring that in. So that's great. And then the same thing as always. So if it's loading, we will return p tag here, and we'll say loading with a triple dot. And then we copy that down here, and we can say if error. And we can actually go like this and say error.message as usual. Close that off. Okay, so that's looking good. So I guess next, let's come down a little bit here. And let's actually do our handling of our logout. So give yourself a little bit of room here. We'll scroll up a bit. And let's go const handle logout. Okay, and then we'll go equal, and this is going to be an async function. Async, and that is going to be an arrow function. Okay, and then in here, we actually want to remove our token, because that's basically all that's going to consist, all our logout's going to consist of is just removing the token that we've added to our local storage. So we can go like this, local storage dot remove item, and then we pass in the item we want to remove, which for us we called token. Of course, we could have called it whatever we wanted. And then, so we're going to remove that token there. And now this is where we want to use the history.push, because we don't want to stay on the same page there. So history.push, and then we're going to push them back to the login route that we have created. Okay, so that's good. Go ahead and save that. That is looking good. And now the last stuff we got to do is kind of create our actual logout button or whatever we want to do. And that's going to be inside this modal. But let's just code this up. So I'll probably just code this up. We'll speed it up and then I'll go over it. All right, so that looks good. Let's go over this a little bit here. We're bringing in a few things. So we have to bring in our modal, make sure we're doing that. We already brought in our use history here. Make sure you're bringing your styles from logout.css and as well your logout modal. Okay, so that's good. And then basically we just have some markup here. So we have a logout class name here that is wrapping our entire div here. Then we have our open modal. This is going to be a span. And inside our H4 here, we're going to have an image, which is just our avatar. And then we're going to have a span with our data.name. This is why we need to bring in the me query here. And then we just have an ellipses as an icon there. So this is what we're going to click on. So we're going to click on this span. It's going to open up our modal. So that's this on click open modal here. Great. And then we just have our modal here. We've absolute positioned it at the bottom of the screen. What else? And then in here is our actual handle logout. So this span, if we click on this, it's going to handle our logout. And it's going to say our logout is our data.me.name is what we're clicking on there. Okay, so that is good. Let's go over to the left nav and actually add it to the component. All right, so now we're in our left nav and we want to actually add it to the bottom. So we're going to go right below the tweet here and let's go logout, import that automatically, and then let's go ahead and save this. And that should do it for us. So let's go check this out. Great, so that's looking okay. This is at the bottom. Obviously, it's not styled perfectly, but for how sloppy this is, that'll have to do. So basically we want to remove the token. So maybe let's open up here and go inspect. So we'll go to application right here. Let's bump this up for you. A little bit too much. So this is the token that we want to be removed when we click on this. So hopefully this will work here. Maybe give ourselves a little more room and hopefully this will be removed. Okay, so we're going to click on here. It's going to show our modal here and it says logout at Darwin, which is us. So we click this, hopefully this gets removed. Let's see. So you can see this gets removed and we are redirected to our login page. And again, that is over here. Let's go to our logout component. And this is basically our entire handle logout. We're just removing that token and redirecting to the login page. Anyways, that's it for kind of how to log out and remove our item with local storage here. In the next one, we're going to actually style our homepage and get our tweets showing and that sort of thing. So stay tuned for that. Thanks for watching. All right, so welcome back here. And in the last video, we added our logout here, as you can see, and that was working good. And now in this video, we're going to start displaying some tweets. And right now, we don't have any sort of homepage or anything. So we need to go and add that. So we're going to add a homepage, and we're going to kind of have a similar layout to this, except for we're going to have all our tweets below. And right now, we're not going to be doing anything with our followers. So we'll add that back in later. But we just want to get some tweets displayed as we can. So that is good, and let's get right into it. All right, so come over here, and first of all, I just want to tell you to add these style files. So I have an alltweets.css right here, and just some basic styles to make that look okay. So you can copy that down or get it from the repo. And then the other one was this home.css. So same thing. You can either get that from the repo or try to copy it down in slow-mo, but I don't want to type out all that CSS, so go ahead and do that, and then we'll get into the actual coding. All right, so the first thing we want to do is come into our backend here in our server, and we have a tweet.ts already, so you'll have that, but come over here and we want to add one thing. So we want to add a t.model.created@. Okay, and you might have to restart your server in order to get that error to go away there, but that should be good, and you should have a created@ field here. And if we go down and check in our schema.graphql, we check our tweets, we have this created@ now in our schema. Okay, so come over to your query.ts also, and we need to add a kind of all tweets type query here. So what we're going to do in order to get that is we can just copy this down here. Okay, and then we're just going to replace here and come in here, and we're just going to say tweets. Okay, and then this is going to be of the type tweet. Great, and then this is going to be ctx.prisma.user, but we want ctx.prisma.tweet, and that's going to be find many. And that's literally all we have to do to get all of our tweets in a query. So pretty simple. Go ahead and save that. Again, you might have to potentially restart your server. But once you do that, you can come over here and we can go localhost 4000. Now we come over here and we have a tweets query. And it has all our fields there. Okay, so that's it for the back end. So we can get rid of this now. We can close this up, and now let's get into coding out the front end. All right, so the first thing we want to do is create a new page. So let's come over to our pages here, open this up, let's go file, and we'll just say home.tsx. That's great, and it's going to be very similar structure to our profile. So come over to your profile, copy that, and then we're going to paste in that profile here. Okay, and then we want to change, obviously, the name here to home, and on the bottom to home. Great. And then we want to get rid of basically everything we had on the inside here, but we want to keep our structure. So we can get rid of this here, kind of all the way up, get rid of the avatar. And yeah, basically we're just going to get rid of everything other than the primary and the left. So up to the profile here. So get rid of that. And then we're going to come in below here. And we're going to go .home. And that's going to give us a new div there. And then we're going to go .home/header, or -header rather. And a div in there. And then in here, we're going to go h3, and then we're going to go home-title. Okay, and in here, we're just going to say home. And then inside here is where we're going to have our homepage tweets and all of our tweets. And those are going to be two components that we're going to create. So let's right now just do an H1. And we're just going to say tweets are going to go there. All right, so that looks good there. Now let's come up to the top and we're going to bring in some different things here. So instead of profile here, we want to bring in home.css. So that should be good. Save that. And then after we'll bring in our tweets. But let's just check this out because I think our queries are going to be the same. So these should be good. I think everything else should be basically good. But let's check out and make sure this is working. So what we want to do, we want to come over to our app.tsx here. And in our authenticated route, so if we are authenticated, we have this users right now, but we don't need that. So let's go and get rid of that. And then also let's add an exact here. So if we have a slash here, it's just going to go to this. And instead of users, which isn't really something that we're going to need, we're just going to add a home. Okay, so we can auto bring that in. And now let's go check out and see if this is working. Okay, so let's refresh this and then we can redirect. Once that's done, we can redirect over to // and we're getting the same thing right now. So right now we're not really showing anything, but it is giving us. Now we do seem to have a little issue here. For some reason, this has changed to blue color instead of black. So we want to change that back. All right, so our issue seems to be coming in our login.css, and we're looking at our A tags here. So our link tag and our color here. Let's just comment that out and see if that does it for us. Okay, that seems to work, so that's good. So we can get rid of that for now. And our home seems to be working good, so this is all good. So now let's come and actually create some of these components. So let's come over into our components here, and we're going to get kind of all our tweets. So let's come in here, create a new file, and we'll call it alltweets.tsx. And we'll just go RFC, create a React functional component, give some structure here, and then we'll have all our tweets here. Okay, so this is good. Now let's start building this out a little bit. So let's first add our query. So we're going to come up above all this, and we're going to add our all tweets query here. So we're going to go const tweets underscore query, and that's going to be equal to GQL. Bring that in, and we're going to go backticks here, close those off, and then inside here we're going to go query. And then we're going to say tweets query. Open up some brackets. And then we'll add all our fields right here. So tweets. Let's add the rest. Okay, so we're going to be looking at all our tweets here with a tweets query. We're going to ID when it's created at, because we're going to want that. The content is the tweet itself. Then we're going to get our author, and then our profile with our avatar and whatnot. So that's looking good. Let's come down and add it here below this. So let's go const as usual, and then we'll go, again, loading, and then we have error, kind of the typical ones we have, data, perfect. Then we'll go use query, which we got to bring in, and then we will pass that in as tweets query, just like that. Okay, and then the same things with the loading and the error state, pass those in. Same thing as usual. And then we're going to want an interface here because we're going to do a little TypeScript. So interface, and then we'll call it all tweets. And then we'll pass in the different fields here. Okay, so that's our interface here. So you can see we got the different fields here. And as you can see, I don't know if we've done this much before, but you can nest these different things here. So we got our author, and then our profile is nested as well. So that's looking pretty okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get all those tweets and display them in a certain way. So let's type all that out down here. Now for a date here, we're going to want to pass in, we're going to want to use a library called datefns. So we got to add that. So come down to your terminal, open up a new window, make sure you're in the web folder here. And once you're there, you can go yarn add, and it's called date-fns is the library. So once that's good, we can close out of this. And we're going to add in here, that's why we needed our created at field there, because that's what we're going to be using to show the date of when the tweet was created. So open up some braces here. Format distance. And we're going to go sub days here. Bring that in. And then we're going to go new date. And then we're going to pass in the date that it was created at. So tweet dot created at. And then there's a second argument here, and that's going to be 0 here. And then we want to go to the new date and call that there. And then finally, it's getting a little scrunched over here. We're just going to go a go. And we need a comma here. Make sure that works good. And then we can go ahead and save that. So the sub days are going to be the difference. So we have when was created at, and this is our today. So that's how long ago the tweet was created, basically, is what that's going to show, if that makes any sense at all. Hopefully it does. Okay, so then come down below here and just finish this off. All right, so let's just go over this real quick. We're going to get our data with all our tweets. So that's basically every tweet we have. We're passing in our interface of all our tweets here. That's what that is. We have a container with a header. This is going to be our avatar image. And then we're going to have our name and the time that the tweet was created. And also the content of the tweet, of course. So that's good. Let's bring this over to the home real quick. And instead of tweets here, we'll just go below tweets actually, and we'll just go all tweets and bring that in. Perfect. Go ahead and save that, and let's check it out. Refresh this. All right, so this is showing up right now. The style's a little bit off, but we will fix that. But we have our name here, and we have our test tweet and all that. So that's looking good. Now let's we want to be able to create a tweet up here. So let's go ahead and add that. So come into your component here, and let's add another file here, and we will call it homepage rather, tweet and .tsx. So this is going to be fairly similar to our tweet.tsx. So let's go copy this over. And we can just paste that in here. And we want to change the name of it, of course. So, sorry, come over here. And instead of tweet, we will say homepage tweet. Now let's go and start changing a few things. So a lot of it's going to be the same. So our create mutation tweet can stay. Our tweet values can stay. So all this can stay. Our create tweet mutation with our me query and all that. We don't need this as a modal. So we can get rid of this. This can stay. This validation schema can stay. Again, get rid of this. everything up until here can go, because we don't have a modal, which means we can get rid of this modal here. We're going to add a class name to this div here. And that's going to be equal to home page tweet. That's great. And then our Formik, we're going to have our initial values. Our validate schema is going to be there. Our on submit's going to be the same. The only thing, we can get rid of this here. The values, great. And I think that is pretty good. Content, we still want this. What's happening? That can stay the same. Error message is good. We do not need this footer, I don't believe. So get rid of that. And for this tweet button, we're going to change some of the styling. So the class name, instead of tweet button, we can go home tweet button dash button. All right, then actually below the Formik here, we want to add in that footer. So let's go dot footer, and that'll add that. And that's just going to be a line below that. So go ahead and save that. That should be pretty good. Let's go ahead and add that to our home.tsx. So above actually are all tweets here. We can get rid of this tweets now. Okay, so in here we just want to go homepage tweets, homepage tweet rather. So add that in, auto import it, and go ahead and save that. All right, so this is looking a lot better now. So we have what's happening, we have our tweet functionality, and then we're going to show our tweets below here. But some of the styling's so a little off, so let's add some changes here. Okay, so I realized we're not actually bringing in our styles. So of course the styling is going to be off a little bit. So let's import, and it's -- styles - all tweets .css. All right, so go ahead and save that. Let's check it out. Go ahead and hit refresh. And now we got our styles looking okay. So our test tweet, we have our name there. Things are looking good. And then we can have add a tweet here. All right, so let's actually test out the functionality of this tweet, make sure it works. So let's just say another test tweet. And we can press tweet here. And then if we refresh, we can see we got our second tweet there. And as you can see, this was our date FNS rather, less than a minute ago. So it'll give us kind of a nice little date there. Okay, so I think that's basically it. Obviously, when we press tweet, we'll actually want to refetch our queries here. So maybe we should add that right now, actually. So right now, when we tweet this, we're doing a me query, but what we'll actually want to refetch is this tweets query. So we can say, come up here rather, and we can say export, and that'll export it for us, and then we can bring it in here. So instead of the me query here, what was it? Tweets query. So auto import that. Now save this. Now let's go check it out. Refresh this. Now when we add this, we want to be able to refresh. So it should show up automatically. So let's try that out. Last test tweet. And let's press that. And you can see it shows up right away. So that is awesome. Now I think we have one other styling issue here, which is, I think I had a little line below this. So let's check that out. All right, so come over to the home.css here, and we're just going to add a border bottom to this home.title here, and then we're just going to add a little padding and just the width like that, just because we want a little line. So let's go and check that out. All right, that looks okay. All right, so that's basically all we need for this video. It's starting to kind of come together a little bit there. We got our tweets. Obviously, we're just showing our tweets because we're not following anyone. We don't even have any other users or anything. We'll fill out this right maybe with the most popular tweets or something eventually. But I think in the next video, we're going to start adding the ability to like tweets. So that should be interesting. So yeah, stay tuned for that one, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so welcome back here, and this is where we left off in the last video. So we are kind of displaying our tweets on our homepage here. And in this one, we are going to be going through and adding the ability to like a tweet. So we'll be doing kind of the front and the back end in this one, hopefully. And yeah, so let's get it going. All right, so I want you to come over to your schema.prisma here, and we have to add some new stuff in here. So give ourselves a little bit more room right now, and we're going to add a new model. So let's come down, we'll copy over this user model here, copy it down, and we're going to be adding one, and we are going to call it liked tweet here. Okay, so like that, and we're going to need some different fields, so let's go through and add those. Okay, so for this like tweet, we got an ID, and we are going to be attaching it here to a tweet, or putting whatever tweet that we're liking here. We're going to say when it was liked at, we want a date, time, and then we're going to attach it also to a user. Now we want to go through, so we got our user here, and we want to add that to here as well. So come down here, go below the profile here. So we can go like this and say, we'll call it liked tweet. And then we can say liked tweet like that. And it's going to be an array of liked tweets. So we're going to store an array of liked tweets and attach it to the user here. So that is what that is going to say. And then also we want to add it up here on our tweet. So we want to come in here as well and have a field here called likes. Okay. And that again will be liked tweet, and that's going to be an array as well. So that is basically all we need to do for that, I believe. All right, so this is me in the future speaking now. In our schema.prisma, we actually do not want this user ID in our liked tweet to be unique. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of that and then save that, and then we can generate our schema and everything. Let's open this up here on our bottom, and we can open up a new window right here, and we want to cd into our server. Make sure you're in the right folder there, and then we're going to run npx prisma migrate, and we're going to say save because you have to save it first, and then -- experimental, and we need that flag. And you want to name the migration, so we're going to say add likes. Okay, so that seems to work good. And then you want to push it up, so you want to do the same thing, except for say up instead of save. Okay, and now we looks like that worked. So we exit out of this. We can close this off for now. And now we want to go over into our SRC. And we're going to go in our types here, and we're going to add a new type, so new file, and say liked tweet.ts. And we're going to go, let's just copy over this tweet maybe, tweet.ts, copy this whole thing over, and then paste this right in here. Okay, so that's good, and we want to change over a few things here. So obviously this isn't going to be tweet, so we can say liked tweet, and that's all good, and this will be liked tweet. Okay, that looks great. And then we're gonna have an ID, we're gonna have a tweet field, and we're gonna have a liked at field. Okay, and then we don't have a created at, so we can get rid of that. Now as you can see here, this is our underlined. It's because we're gonna have to restart our server in a minute, but we will do that in just a second. So we also want to add it to our tweet.ts. So come down here, and below this, we want to go t.model. likes. Okay, and we'll call that again, same error there. Make sure we go ahead and save these. Okay, so that is good. And then also we are gonna want to go into our index here, index.ts here, and we just want to export our liked tweets as well. Okay, so that's great. Or liked tweet, sorry, make sure you have that spelled right. Okay, good. And then finally, we also have in our user.ts, we want to add this model below here. So t.model .liked tweets. And we'll call that there. Okay, so that is good. So now let's move over to our mutation.ts over here. I don't think we need this delete post, so we can get rid of that. Okay, and then we just want to copy this down. We use it scaffold our like tweet thing here, and then we want to add here. We'll just say like tweet. That's what we're going to call our mutation, and that's going to be the type of liked tweets, or tweet, liked tweet rather type. And then in our content, all we're going to pass in is an ID, and that's going to be an int arg. Good. We're going to come down, we're going to check if we're authenticated still, and then we're going to go Prisma dot liked tweet dot create. So that's good. And then down here, instead of author, we're going to say just user, because that's what we've attached it to. And that's going to be the same. We're going to connect it by the user ID. And then in this field here, we also want to connect it to our tweets, remember? So we're going to go like this, say tweet, and then we can just copy this down here. And then this is going to be the ID. That is our argument coming from up here. Make sure we don't forget to do this as well. So that's ID instead of content. So that's going to pass in there. Now, again, we're getting these because we haven't, we're going to have to restart our server and generate our schema here. So come over here. I think make sure you save everything good. Come over here again, cd into our server. And we are going to write npx Prisma generate like that. Seems like that's good. Exit out of this and then come back to our server. And you can see right now with our server, it says there's been a change. So we're going to have to restart. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So let's do that. So Control C out of that and let's run npm run dev again. Okay, so that is good for most everything. I think our like tweets here, that's like tweet perhaps. Yeah, there we go. So go ahead and save that. Okay, so that is all looking good. So I think if we go to our GraphQL here, that's localhost 4000. So if we come over here to the GraphQL playground, open up our docs, we should now have a like tweet. There we go. So that is looking pretty good. So I think that's all we need to do in the back end. We can still see we get our users attached to here now through a like tweet. So that's good. And I think that's all we need. So let's move on to the front end. Okay, so come into our SRC here, into our components, and we're going to add a new file, and we are going to call it like tweet.tsx. And then again, just RFC here. We're going to create a functional component, and it's going to be called like tweet, so that's good. And let's just begin by creating our mutation here. Okay, so this is what our like tweet mutation is going to look like here. So we're going to have the bring in GQL here. We're doing that up there. We're going to be calling like tweet. That's what we called it in the mutation, and passing in the ID And that is basically all we're going to need to do for that. Let's come down below here, and we're just going to do a little interface here. And we'll just call it props for this one. And it's just going to have an ID of a number. Okay, so that is good. And for our like tweet here, we're going to be passing in the ID from the props, because we're going to be putting this in the all tweets. So we're going to get the ID of the actual individual tweet, and then we're going to pass that in right here. So we need to pass the props in. That's going to be the TypeScript props that we are creating with this interface right there. Okay, let's continue on here. So let's go const here, and we'll go like tweet. And that's going to be equal to use mutation. Bring that in, and then pass in the like underscore tweet mutation there. Okay, and then comma, and we're going to do a refetch query here. And we'll pass in here an array of the objects we want to refetch. So that's going to be query, and that's going to be the tweets query, and we're going to bring that from all tweets. This is what we're going to want to refetch there. So that is great. That's looking good. And we actually, for this tweets query, we want to go over to the all tweets query because we want to add a couple things to that. So let's go into there. So we're in our all tweets.tsx right here. Come down below the content right here, and we're going to go likes and pass in an ID here. And I think that's all that we're going to need for that, actually. So that should be good. All right, then coming back into here, let's go below this. And we're going to go const handle create like, and that's going to be equal to an async function. And then we're going to go await, and we're going to say like tweet, so actually calling our like tweet function here, and then we're going to pass in here the variables, and we're going to pass in the ID, which is the only variable, and that's going to come from the props that we're passing in there. So we're not calling it yet, but this is the handle like function that we have created. Now we want to add something to actually call this here. So come down below here, and we're going to change this to a span, and then we're going to go on click, and on click we're going to call that handle create like that we just created there. Great, and then we'll just add a little style here, and that's going to be equal to margin right. That's going to be 5px there. Okay, so that's looking good. And then the last thing is the actual font awesome kind of thumbs up icon that we want to add here. And I'm just going to paste this in here. But this is the class name for it. Okay. And once we like, we're going to be, it's going to be filled in. So right now, this is just going to be the outline. And then once the person has liked that, it will be filled in. So that's how we're going to do that. So let's go ahead and save that. Okay, now let's move on to our all tweets where we're going to actually put this. So let's come down below. Now, like I said, we're going to fill it in once we've liked the tweet. So we have to be able to detect if the person has already liked that tweet. So we got to bring in right here, give ourselves a little bit of room here. We're going to bring in a different query. So let's go const loading, and that's going to be called me loading. So we're just casting this as me loading, and then we're going to say error, and that's going to be me error. And then we are going to say data, and that's going to be me data. And then those are all going to be coming from use query here. And we are going to pass in the me query. Okay. And then we want to copy these down, do another if statement here, and we'll just say me loading. Okay, and here we'll go me error, and then this is going to be me error dot message. Now we want to come into this me query. So it's coming from where? I think profile. Okay, so go to your profile.tsx here and come up to the actual query. So we want to change this around a little bit. So we just want to add a couple things, right? So let's come in here and we'll say liked tweets. And in here, we're going to get the ID, and then we'll get the actual tweet here. And then from that, we also want to get the ID. So you want to get the ID of the liked tweet and then the ID of the actual tweet that had been liked, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. So go ahead and save that. And then in our interface in our all tweets here, we want to add one thing here. So let's add a number of an ID. And below the created at, maybe let's come here and we'll just add likes, and we'll just for now just add an array, an empty array, and that is going to be fine for now. Okay, so let's come down here. All right, so right in here below the p tags here is where we're going to be creating, adding our like button and whatnot. So I'm going to come in and type this up, and then we'll go over it. Okay, so that looks good. Let's come over here. Let's actually close this up real quick, give ourselves a little more room to see everything. And then again, we're doing a ternary here. So if we have liked it, we're going to show this one, which is the solid, to show that we've already liked it. And we're going to give a tweets, or the length of the tweets, how many times it's been liked. So that will be that line there. And then if the other side of the ternary there, we're going to show our like tweet component, which is going to be the not solid thumbs up. And then we're passing in the ID here, and again showing how many times this tweet has been liked with a likes.length situation there. Okay, so go ahead and save that. All right, so it looks like we have a little spelling error here. So let's come back here, come up to the top here, and we're going me error. So this shouldn't be a comma, of course. That should be like that. All right, then also we're going me.data. I think this is actually shouldn't be plural. So it should be liked tweet instead of tweets. So go ahead and save that. And then also the profile here, we have this as tweets, but we in our backend have it as like tweet. So go ahead and save both of those, and then let's check it out. Okay, so this looks like it's good. This is our like right here. We might add a little margin there to the left, but let's go ahead and see if this works. So let's click it, and we have an error here. Okay, so our error here is in our like tweet. We don't want to put this. We want to go $ID, of course. Go ahead and save that. And let's check it out. All right, so let's try this again. We're going to like this, and we're getting 1, so that's working. But it doesn't look like that's switching right away. Now let's refresh here. Okay, so now it goes to that. So that's working well. And we're going to want that to refetch. So we might add that later. But let's add a little padding, or a little margin rather. Okay, so we're just going to add a little styling to our all tweets. So come into our styles here, and we want to look at our all tweets, and I'm just going to come down to the bottom here and paste in a little styling. So this is going to be our likes div. So .likes, we're going to go display grid with this grid template columns and a little bit of margin on the left and a little bit on the bottom. So go ahead and save that. All right, so that is looking good. We have the ability to like a post here. And again, if we click on this again, I'm clicking on right here, and nothing's happening because it's not that functionality. So it's going to see we've already liked it. We can't click again. Okay, so that's looking good. That's going to be it for this video. In the next one, we're going to add the ability, I think, to potentially unlike, I guess. So delete the like that we have added, and maybe do it so it refreshes so it shows up automatically. All right, thanks for watching. See you in the next one. All right, so welcome back here. And in the last video, we added the ability to like a tweet. And now we are going to be adding the ability to unlike the tweet in the same manner. So let's get right into it. All right, so come over to your mutation.ts in the backend in your server folder. And then this is where we're gonna do our delete the tweet like. So come down here and copy this over and just copy it down, and then we'll just work off of this here. So come into this field here. We're going to get rid of that, and we're going to go delete like. Okay, and it's going to be the same type here, so that's going to be like tweet also. We are going to have an int here, so that's good. But we want to add one thing here, which is nullable, and that is going to be false. So that basically means that it is required. So that is good. Make sure that is like this, and that is in an object there. Okay, good. And then we're going to come down here. We're going to make sure we're authenticated, so that can stay the same. We're going to go ctx.prisma.like_tweet. That's good. And then we're going to go delete instead of create, because we want to delete. And then we can get rid of this. So get rid of this here. And we can actually get rid of this data too. So get rid of this. And then we're going to go where. And then it's going to be the ID is the ID. All right, so we're going to delete the like tweet using this. And then we're going to find which tweet to delete rather using the where keyword here. And then we're going to find it by the ID, and it's by the ID of the like tweet. And then we're passing in the ID of which like tweet we want to delete. So hopefully that makes sense. So go ahead and save that. You probably need to restart your server as well. So we'll go ahead and do that. Come over to our server here, and it's made some changes, so it needs to restart. So we'll do that. Okay, so that looks good. Close that up. And now let's move on to our front end. Okay, so in here, we want to come into our components here and add a new file, and we are going to call that delete like.tsx. And then it's going to be fairly similar to our like tweet here. So we can copy this over. And we're just going to paste that in here. Get rid of that. And then we can just go through and start changing things over a little bit. All right, so let's come in here and start changing these over. So right now, if this is a like tweet mutation, but we want to get rid of that, and we will call it delete underscore like underscore mutation. Okay, and then this is going to be delete like, which is what we called it in our mutation. The ID, this can stay the same. We're going to say this is required. So we want to do that. And then this is going to be delete like again. And these can stay the same. So that's good. The interface, this can stay the same. We want to say delete like here. Delete like that. And then we want to bring this here. Copy that over and paste that here. Delete like mutation. And then we have a refetch queries, which we want to keep, but we want to add one more thing to refetch here. So give a comma here, and we'll add another one, which is query, and that is going to be me query. And we have a couple places we can bring this in, but the me query that we want is from the profile, I believe. So go like that. Okay, then we want to come down here, and we have handle create like, and we want to say handle delete like, just like that. And then again here, delete like, a little repetitive, but this is what we are doing. And then our variables here, this is good. And then we're going to come down here and say handle delete like. Oh, we missed one up here, so make sure we get that. That's delete like that, and that'll get rid of that error. So that's looking pretty good, I think. This is FAS because it is going to be the solid thumbs up. So that'll delineate if we have already liked it or not. So that's good. And I think that's about it for that. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So now we want to come over to our all tweets here, and we want to add this in. So come down a bit. And right now, this is how we're doing it, is like this. So what we want to do is get rid of this span here. Okay, so you can get rid of that. And in here, we're going to add our delete like. Bring it in. Okay. And it says here, if we hover over it here, the ID is missing in the type. So we're passing in the props here of an ID. So we want to pass in which ID it is. And we haven't done that yet, but we will add that in a second. Okay, so let's pass in this ID. Now this might get a little bit complex here, so hopefully I can explain it. So we want to get the actual ID of the liked tweet. So it's going to be a little complex to get that because it's not the same as this tweet ID. That's the ID of the actual tweet, but we need the ID of which liked tweet to delete, which is a separate field. So what we're going to do is go like this. We're going to go ID, and that's equal to, and we're going to go me data dot me dot liked tweets, and then we're going to say dot filter, and we're going to filter through these. And we're going to go like here. And we're just going to put any for now just to see if this works. And we'll come back and do that in a sec. And then we'll go like this, an arrow function. Give ourselves a little room here. And we're going to go like.tweet .id is equal to tweet.id. And then close this off here. And we're going to go get the first tweet, which is the 0th index, and say the ID of that. Okay, so let's go through this real quick. So we're going to go me.data.liketweet.filter. So we're filtering through all our liked tweets. And we're saying if the liketweet.id is equal to the tweet.id, the first index of it, and that ID. So if those are equal, we're going to keep it. And there should just be one of these because otherwise it's going to be showing the like tweet and not the delete tweet. Oh, and we can actually just change this over here. So get rid of that and we can say liked tweets like that. Okay, so that's good. Go ahead and save that. And now we want to, actually, let's check that out. Okay, so if we come over here, we see our different tweets, a couple of users here, and these are the ones we've already liked, and this one has been liked from someone else, I guess. So let's come over here and see if this works by clicking on this, and it goes back to 0, so that works perfect. We click on it again, it goes back to 1. Now you see this isn't refreshing, so this should, when we click this, become the other one. So let's, I think if we refresh this actually ourselves, yeah, you see it becomes dark there. So we want to add that to our refetch queries. So come over here, and that's going to be in our like tweet, component here. And if we look here, we have our tweets query. And the other one, I don't know if you remember, in the delete tweet, we added another one. So we're going to do the same thing here. And we're just going to say query. And we just want to add me_query. Again, we're going to bring that in from profile here. And then save that. Okay, so now let's come back over here. Maybe we need to refresh this real quick. All right, looking good. So now it's not liked. We're gonna like it. We can unlike it. Good. Those all work good. This one we can like as well. Okay, so that is working very nicely. All right, so that's all we're going to do for this video. In the next one, we might start building out this right side, which is going to be like maybe our most popular tweets. So we'll do that by likes. And then we need to start moving on to like comments and stuff. Okay, so stay tuned for those, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back here. And in the last video, we went over how we can unlike tweets. And in this one, we're going to start building out just this right side here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to put our most popular tweets here, and that's going to be by number of likes. So we're going to sort by number of likes and then display the most popular tweets, maybe the top. I think we're going to do 5 tweets or something, 5 or 6 tweets. We'll see. Anyways, let's get right into it. All right, so come over here and we're going to go into components here. We're going to do a new file right here and we're going to call it popular tweets .tsx. Great, and then as usual, we're going to go RFC, get a functional component up here, scaffold a little bit there. And yeah, let's just start coding this up. Okay, so let's write out this query here. Okay, so this is what our query is going to look like here. We're going to export it in case we want to refetch somewhere else. We're going to call it popular tweets, and we're going to get all the tweets, and then we are going to get the created at, the content, the author, the profile, basically the basic stuff, and the number of likes for that tweet. And then down here, we're going to actually sort by popular tweets. But right now, we're just going to get all of them in here. Okay, so that's good. And then come down below here. And we're just going to do an interface and yeah, a little TypeScript. Okay, so this is what our interface is going to look like. We're going to call it tweet. It's going to have the ID created at, basically all the fields that we have for up here in our popular tweets. Basically the same structure as that. Okay, so let's come down to popular tweets here. And we will add a few things. So we got to go const, and we'll go same as always, loading, error, and data, like that. And then we'll go equals use query, like that. And we will pass in rather the popular tweets, just like that. I've got to bring in use query. Use query, there we go. And then we want to come down here, same as always. Okay, so those are looking good. And now, before we get into our return statement here, let's sort these tweets. So how we're going to do this is we're going to sort by the length of the like. So basically how many likes they're doing. So let's do that. All right, we're going to call this get popular tweets here. It's going to get all of our tweets and it's going to map over them. And then we're going to use the sort function, which we're going to pass in a function here that gets passes in A and B. So the first item and then the second item. And then it's going to compare the two. So it's going to compare them by whatever we pass in here. So for us, that's the likes.length. So the number of likes in the array, it's going to compare the two. All right, and if we're going B minus A, that's going to sort them in descending order. And if we went A minus B, so if we flip these two and went A.likes.length minus B.likes.length, it would go in ascending order. So that's kind of how we use the dot sort function, if that makes any sense. Okay, and then one more thing we want to pass on to here is we only want to get the first few items. So we're going to go dot slice, which is going to get a subset of that, and then we're going to pass in 0 and 6. Okay, so we're going to get the 0th up to the 6th index. Okay, so that should be good. All right, go ahead and save that. All right, that's going to reformat for us. That's looking good. And now we're going to come in and do a little markup here. So let's get into that. right, so let's go through this real quick. So we just have some style in here, and I want to remember to let you know in our styles folder here, I've added a popular tweets.css. So this is here. Just a little bit of styling here. So look in the GitHub if you want to copy that over. Otherwise, you might be able to copy it down there as well. Okay, so that's looking good. So back to our popular tweets here. We want to remember also to, at the top, bring in this style. So come in here and bring this in here. And go ahead and save that. So let's go through this. So we have popular tweets as our class name, wrapping everything. We're gonna have we're gonna call it trending as our title, and then we're gonna map through all our popular tweets here, and these are the sorted ones, and we are gonna pass them in just in a list here. And then we're getting our image of the tweet. So whoever tweeted this, their image will be the avatar, and then this is the content of the tweet and a p tag here, and then we're bringing data FNS here, and we're gonna say when it was created at. And then finally, we're just going to pass in the number of likes that it has. Okay, so that is good. Now, what do we have to do with this? Well, we have to bring it in. So come over to our home.tsx here. Right now, we just have popular tweets, right? So let's get rid of this and come in here. And what we're going to do is just pass it in. So it's called popular tweets. So make sure we auto import that. And close it off and save that. And then we can come over here, give this a refresh. And these are our trending tweets. You can see it has a little background, a little bit different color, gives us our number of likes, a little highlight here. And that's going to be that for our side there. Now, so that's great. That looks all perfect. Now let's actually add it over to our profile. All right, so we're over here at our profile and we see we have nothing here. But the cool thing about React and kind of component architecture there is we can just use that exact same component on our right side. So let's just add that to our profile as well. So come over here. We're going to go to profile here. Wherever it is, there it is. And again, we have the same structure here. So we can just come in here, remove this, and come in here and say popular tweets. Import that, close it off, save it, then come back here. And right now it's nothing. Let's go ahead and refresh. And look at that. Now we got the trend in here. So that is looking good. I think for the bottom here, we're going to add kind of all the tweets that we've liked or tweeted ourselves eventually. But right now we don't have that, but this is looking good. Okay, so I think in the next one, we're going to get into kind of commenting on a tweet and having that ability, and then commenting on a comment, kind of how Twitter works in a kind of recursive fashion. So stay tuned for that one, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so welcome back here. And in the last video, we added this kind of trending right side bar here for our most popular tweets. And in this one, we are going to be going over adding some kind of replies or comments or whatever you want to call them. So let's start building this out. All right, so come over into your backend here, into your schema.prisma. And we're just going to start by copying over a tweet here. And then we are just going to paste that at the bottom, just like this. And we are going to be calling this model our comment. So reply, comment, whatever you want to call it. And we can get rid of some of this stuff here. Let's just get rid of these things here for now. So we're going to have an ID, a created at, when it's created at, and then kind of the content for our comment. So that is good. Go ahead and save that. And then also we want to add these up onto our user as well as to our tweet. So let's come up to here to our tweet here. And just on the bottom here, we can just add this on as well. And we're just going to say comments. And that is going to be of the comment type. And it's going to be an array. So go ahead and save that. And then we also want to add it to our user model here. So do the same thing. Comments, comment type, and that's also going to be array of comments. So go ahead and save both of those. And when we do that, that will automatically add these types here. So it'll give us a user ID and handle the relation and stuff for us. All right, so that's good. Let's open up this and we'll come over, create a new window here, and we will CD into our server. Looks like we were not in the right folder there, so let's CD into server, make sure you're in server, and then we'll run that command, npx prisma migrate save -- experimental, and we got to name our migration, so we'll say comment, and that looks like it worked fine. And then we want to push this up by going like this and saying up instead of save. And that looks like it is good. Okay, so we don't need to be in the server for anything else for now. We might come back to that, but let's continue on here. So next thing we want to do is we want to come into the types here, and we need a new type. So we're going to need a comment type. So we're going to say comment.ts. Okay, and let's just copy over. We'll copy over the like tweets. Doesn't matter. Just copy one of them over. And we'll go into comments here, paste this in. Okay, and then we will add up here. We'll go comment. And then this is going to be of type comment. Okay, so that's looking good. And then we're going to need an ID. We need t.model.content. Then we need created at. Just like this. Okay, so that's looking good. And I think that's all we need for that. So go ahead and save that. Again, we're gonna have to generate and restart our servers and stuff, so we'll have an error for a second. So don't worry about those for now. Then let's come into our tweet here. And in here, we just want to copy this down, and we want to say comments here. Okay, so that's good. Save that. We want to do the same thing in our user. We want to add it here to our user. So again, we just want to say comments. Make sure you have the C. Okay, save that. And then we want to go into our index. Okay, and we want to export it here. So we want to make sure we have it there. And we will say comment rather, not comments. Okay, that's good. And then we'll go and create our mutation after this, but let's actually make sure we don't forget to generate our schema here. So again, CD into server, and we're gonna go npx prisma generate. All right, that's looking good. And if we come over here, we see we might have to restart our server. So in your server, restart that. And hopefully that takes care of all our errors. Let's go through. Okay, no errors. That's looking good. We don't need our schema up right now. Okay, so that is all looking great. Seems to be working fine. And the last thing we want to do in our backend is actually create our mutation here. So let's come over to our mutation in here, .ts, and close this for now. And down at the bottom, let's copy over one of these that we can work with here. So let's just copy over maybe the create tweet. That's going to be kind of similar. So copy that, then come down and see where this ends. Okay, below this, and paste that in. And we're just going to start changing this over. So let's go create comment. And that's going to be from the comment, capital comment. Okay, so that's looking good. And then the args that we're going to pass in here, one of them is going to be content, and it's going to be a string arg. That's good. We actually want it to be nullable. Nullable, and that is false. So we want it to be a required field. And then we're going to have a second argument here, and that's going to be an ID, and that's going to be an int. Let's see if that pops up. Int arg, yep. And that too is going to be nullable, false. So those two are going to be required fields. Then we're going to come down in here, and we're going to have content like that, but we're also going to have an ID that we're going to pass in. So that's good. Same thing here, and then we're going to come down to data, and we're going to have content, and then we're going to have, this is going to be user, not author for us, and that's going to be connected here the same way. And then finally, we're going to have one more, and we're going to say tweet, and then connect, and that is going to be connected by the ID, and we're going to say number, same as the one above it, and then the ID that is passed in. And then we are going to want to change this. Don't forget this. So this is going to be not tweet, but comment. Okay. So that looks like it is working. May have to restart the server there one more time. Okay, that's all good. Okay, so that is basically everything that we need for the back end. So let's start building this out in the front end. All right, so come into your web here, come into your SRC and your components, and we're going to create a new file here. And we're just going to call it create comment.tsx. All right, so let's actually come over to our tweet.tsx here, and we're going to copy this over because these are going to be somewhat similar, so we can kind of work off this scaffolding here. So we'll come up to the top here. This is going to be create comment. All right, that looks good. And then we are going to start with a mutation. So it's going to be a create comment mutation. Okay, and this is going to say create comment. Make sure that's camel case. Okay, that's looking good. And we're going to have content, which is going to be a string. That's going to be required for us, so make sure we put that. And then we're also going to have a ID, and that is going to be an int. And that is going to be required also. And then we got to add that down here. So our ID, uppercase, is going to be our $ID. All right, that looks pretty good, I think. Create comment mutation. Let's copy that over. We'll paste that down here. That is good. Instead of tweet values here, we'll say comment props. Okay, and that's just going to be the content of the string. And then we're going to have another interface. So come down here, and we're going to have to pass in some props. So this is just going to be the props that we're going to pass in, the typings for that. So for this one, we're going to have a tweet. Okay, we're going to have a, let's copy this down a couple times. We're going to have a name. We're going to have an avatar. And then finally, we'll have an ID, which is just going to be a number. Okay, so these are going to be from what we're passing in from our all tweets component into this component, so we know what user it's coming from, basically. All right, so then let's continue down here, just fixing this up a little bit. So let's say create comment. Okay, use mutation, that's good. Create comment mutation, that is good. We'll keep the me query for now. The modal is going to be the same actually, so that's good. Our initial values are going to come from the comment props. Okay, and that's just going to be content. The validate schema can be the same. The open modal, all this can be the same. So that is looking pretty good. Now right here, we're going to want to do this a little different. So let's actually just get rid of this for now. Okay, we're going to span like that, and then we're going to throw an on click on here, and that's going to be equal to open modal. Okay, and then in the span here, we just want to have kind of a comment icon. So let me just paste that in here. This is going to be from Font Awesome. And it's just going to be the outline of the comment. So that is good. The modal, that's going to be all basically the same. All right, then we're going to come down in here and we'll just say create comment. That's good. The variables, so we're going to pass in a couple things here. So we actually want to do an object here. And we're going to go ... values, so spread in our values, even though it's just one for us. And then second is going to be the ID. Now this ID is what we're going to be passing in from our props, and that is going to be the ID of the tweet that we want to connect it to. So we're going to need that as well, which we'll add in a sec. But let's come down a little bit further here and just see what else we can change. So this is going to be reply. Oh, instead of what's happening here, let's change this to tweet your reply. Okay. There. Okay, so that's looking good. Now we actually want to come over to our all tweets component here, because we want to pass this stuff in. So come down below here, and this is where we're going to add the icon and stuff that we want to click on to be able to open up our create comment. So we're going to go like this. We're going to go span, and then inside the span, we're going to add our create comment. Bring that in. And then on this create comment, we're going to add the things, the props that we want to pass in. So avatar, that's equal to tweet dot author dot profile dot avatar. Okay, close that off. That's the first one. Let's give ourselves a little room here. Okay, and then what else do we have? We have name. That's going to be equal to tweet dot author dot name. Then we're going to have tweet, and that's going to be the actual tweet content of we're going to pass this along as well, just to show what we're replying to, basically. Dot content. And then finally, the ID of the tweet that we are passing in here. So tweet.id. We haven't added this, so we're getting a little error, but that's fine. That will be added in a minute. Okay, and then I'm just going to add a little bit of styling on top of this. So I'm just going to do it in line here. So let me paste this in. Okay, so that's looking good. Go ahead and save that. And then finally here, we want to actually show the length, the comments, if there is comments. So how many comments there is, basically. So let's go tweet.comments.length is greater than 0. So if there is at least one comment, we're going to say tweet.comments.length, and otherwise we're not going to show anything. Okay, now we don't actually have this up here, so let's add that. So in our query here, below the likes, come in here and we'll say comments, and we just want to get the length right now, so we'll just get the ID. Okay, go ahead and save that. And then we want to add that just like the likes here, so say comments. Okay. And that should take care of the error there. Okay, so that's basically all we need to do in the all tweets, I believe, unless I forgot something, which is very possible. But let's come back over to the create comment here. And let's start adding these props here. So the things we want to bring in, or we are bringing in rather, are tweet, avatar, name, and ID. Okay. And those are going to become coming from our props, just like that. Okay, so that's good. We're not using these yet, but hopefully that makes sense, and that takes care of our error in our all tweets there. Okay, great. Okay, so now we want to bring in our me query from that we have. So let's go and bring this in. So we don't have use query. Make sure we bring this in. Add use query. That's good. And then we have our me query, and again our loading and our error state. So make sure we add this because we'll be using it. All right, so let's go ahead and save this and see what we're looking at. Okay, so if we come over here, this is kind of what we got right now. This is our comments, create a comment icon here. We can click on it and it says tweet your reply. So that looks good. I'm not sure if it's even working, but let's actually do a little more styling too. So we want to actually show the tweet in here that we're replying to, just so there's no confusion for people. So let's just add a little markup there for that. All right, so let's come down here, and below our header right here is where we want to add this. So let's give ourselves a little bit of room here, and I'm just going to paste this in real quick just to show you. So all this stuff, the name, the avatar, all that was the props that we are bringing in from up here. So that's why we need to bring in these three things, because we want to show the actual tweet. So we're passing those in. Let's give ourselves a little room here so you can see the whole thing. Okay, and then I've just added some styling here, just with some CSS grid. So that is what this looks like. We're going to have our image of the avatar of the tweet, of the person, rather, who created the tweet. So that's good. We're going to have the name of them. And then here we're going to have the actual tweet. And then this just has a little bit of styling, which is going to be a line beside it that's going to connect the two. So go ahead and copy that down if you can. And let's go back and save this. And let's check it out. All right, let's refresh. Now let's say, okay, we want to comment on one of these. We'll say this. Oh, we have a little error there. Let's just fix that real quick. We got this here. Let's get rid of that. Come back over. Refresh. All right, so say we want to comment, give a reply to one of these tweets. We can click on this. We can see they're connected by this little line. All right, great. So let's tweet something typical. What a dumb tweet. This is going to be the reply, rather. So then we're going to hit reply here. And something didn't work. One other thing we forgot here is we want to add an image component just to make it look a little better. So come into our form here, and just above here, we just want to add this. And this is going to be the same image component that we've been using for our avatar. And that's why you need the me query, because we're going to go data.me.profile.avatar. Okay, go ahead and save that. All right, so we haven't switched this over. So this is obviously shouldn't be create tweet. It should be create comment. Okay, so that looks good. Save that. And now let's come back over and check this out. All right, so let's tweet something. So you're a real jerk. Kind of a typical tweet. Okay, so we should see this modal close, and hopefully this works. All right, so that closed, but again, we're not showing the replies yet anywhere. So we really have no idea if that works. So let's check it out in our backend here. All right, so if we come into here, this is my backend. I'm gonna look in the comment here, and I'm gonna see if it worked. All right, looks like it worked. You're a real jerk right in there. Okay, and again, it's attached by a tweet ID and also to our user by a user ID and also a created at. So that looks very good. Perfect. All right, so I think that's all we're going to be doing for this video. Otherwise, it's going to stretch on a little bit too long. But next, I think either we'll display these comments, and we're also going to have to add a way to do nested comments. So we'll figure out how to comment on a comment or reply on a reply or whatever you want to say. So stay tuned for that one, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back. And in the last video, we added the ability to comment or reply to a tweet. So you see here, we click on this and we can add our reply. Okay, so now we've done that, but we're not actually displaying these replies anywhere. So what we're going to do in this video is we're going to be able to click on a tweet here, and then we'll go to a single tweet, and it will have the tweet in the header here, and then we will also have the replies below it. So let's go ahead and add that. All right, so the first thing we want to do here is come into our backend, actually, and we forgot to add one thing here. So in our comments.ts, come up here, and we want to come below here, and we're going to add a t.model.user. Okay, and go ahead and save that. And that is all we're going to do for our backend today. All right, next we want to come into our front end, into our web folder here, and we want to go into our app.tsx right here. And we want to do a actual tweet route to a single tweet. So what we're going to do is we are just going to stay inside our is authenticated here. So let's copy this route down. And we are going to say here, we're going to get rid of this, and we're going to go /tweet, and then we're going to go /ID, :ID. Now this :ID here that you see is going to direct to a specific tweet, and we can pass that in when we're redirecting. So we're going to do that. And then down here, we're going to want to actually pass in our single tweet, but we haven't actually created that yet. So let's actually do that first. All right, so come over to our pages here, and we're going to get a new file here, and we're just going to call this single tweet.tsx. Okay, that's looking good. And then we're going to want to copy over our home here. So go and copy everything in your home file here, because they're going to be quite similar to this. And then we'll paste this in here. And we want to change over this single tweet, and the same down here, single tweet. Okay. Okay, so you can go ahead and save that. And now we can use that in here. So let's actually go here, and we'll import this as single tweet here, and we can auto import that. Okay, so that's looking good. And that's all we need to do in our app.tsx. All right, so now we actually want to come into our all tweets here, because we want to have a link that's going to link us to the actual tweet that we want. So come up above into our tweet container here, right above here, and we're just going to add a link here. And bring that in. And that's going to be 2. And we're going to go backticks, and we are going to say /tweet, and then we're going to go $$, and we're going to go say tweet.id. So we're actually going to pass the ID in here, and that should be good. And then we'll close this off, and then we want to bring this. So this wants to be able to wrap everything up until our content like this. So right under our tweet.content. So go ahead and save that. And let's take a look real quick. Okay, so we come over here. We can, so take a look actually at our nav bar here, our address bar. And when we click on a tweet like this, we can see that we're getting the actual tweet and the number. Now, right now, we're just passing in the same home components, so it won't look any different. But we are going to take this number and use that to fetch the individual tweet that we want. So let's go ahead and start that process. All right, so let's start up at the top here, and we are going to start by changing this to say tweet underscore query. Okay, and then this is going to say tweet down here. Okay, and then we want to get a specific tweet. So we actually want to pass in a couple things. So we want to say $ID, and we're going to say that is an int. Okay, and then we want to come down below, and this is also going to be tweet. And then we want to pass in again the ID and the $ID. And that's kind of like the mutations. I don't think we've actually done a specific query, but this is, you can pass in our variables just like that. All right, so I'm going to go through and add the rest of the query fields here, and then we'll be right back. All right, so this is what our query is going to look like here. A little bit longer than normal, but basically we're going to get a tweet and then just get all these other fields from it. So a profile and avatar, kind of the typical stuff. And then we want to get the comments, which is all the replies, and then the user that sent that comment, and then their profile and their avatar. So nothing too crazy there, but yeah, that should be good. All right, so then we want to come down here, and we want to actually add an interface here. So give ourselves a little room here. So we're going to go interface, and then we're going to call this param type. And this is going to be from our use history. And we're going to be able to get the params, and that's how we're going to actually get the specific tweet from the address bar. Basically, we're going to pull from there. So this is just going to be an ID, and it's actually a string type, which we're going to have to convert to a number after. Okay, so that's good. Use history can stay the same, and then we want to get the param type. We'll do right below this. So let's go const, and we can pull it out. We can pull the ID out here, and then we're going to go equals use params, and we're going to import that from React Router DOM there, as you see, and then we're just going to pass in our param type, and then call it right there. Okay, so that's looking good. Space this out a tiny bit for you. Then here we want to pass in our query here. So that's the tweet query. Like that. And then we're going to pass in our variables here. So it's almost like we do in our mutations. And we'll go variables. Okay, and then we'll pass in the ID. Now we want to convert our string ID, because it's going to be a string, into an int, because that's the type that we need for this. So we're going to say parse int. Okay, and then we'll pass in the ID just like that. Okay, that is looking pretty good. And we come down, our left side's going to be the same, so we can leave this just like that. Our home header is going to be the same. We are gonna, below our home header here, above our title, we are gonna use the same kind of go back button that we do on our profile. So you can copy that over from profile, or I'm just gonna paste it in here. So I got it there. So basically this is just a back button using the go back method from history. Okay, so that is good there. This home, we want to call that tweet. So that's good. And then we can get rid of the homepage tweet and the all tweets. So get rid of this here. And then under here, we're actually going to add something very similar to what we used in the create comment in the last video. So come over to the create comment and we can just copy this over. So come down a little bit here. And from this p tag up to this div here, right below the header, copy that over. And then we're going to come over and we're going to paste this in here. Okay, so that is looking pretty good. We're going to want to change over some of these values. So let's go through it and do that. So here, this is going to be changed to data.tweet.author.profile.avatar. Okay, so that's good. Instead of name right here, we're going to have data.tweet.author.name. And that should be good now. Okay, and all these styles are going to stay the same. And then this tweet down here, we're going to say data.tweet.content. Okay, so that all looks pretty good to me. Okay, and then I think basically the last thing we want to do is we want to map over all our comments and add them below. So let's go ahead and do that, and then I'll come back and talk you through it. All right, so basically what we're doing here is we are just going to map through all the different comments. I've added a comment type here for Typescript, and that's going to look like this up here. Let me show you here. So that right there. And basically it's just kind of the same structure as our GraphQL query for our comment. So add that, and then we are going to add some styling and stuff here. This is just our image, kind of the same styling as we're using for all our avatars. And then we're just going to add our username, and then we are going to add the content of the comment. So basically whatever the comment is below. So go ahead and save that and come back over to our app here, and we can see we're on tweet 5 right now, and this is what it looks like. So this is the actual tweet, and we see it's connected to this, and this is the response or the reply to that. And those would be and those have been mapped over, so there'll be a list of them below if there are more than that. If we go back here, we can look at this one. We can add a reply here. Okay, this isn't automatic updating. Okay, so we add a reply. It's not automatically updating, so we might have to fix that. But let's click on this, and we can see the test reply shows up there. All right, so that's looking fine. This is off a little bit, but we can fix that another time. But that is good for now, and that works, right? Yeah, we can click back. So that's looking pretty good. All right, so that'll be it for now. In the next video, I think we're going to add replies to replies. So basically nested replies. So that'll be an interesting one. And then finally, I think after that, that's almost everything we're going to do, except for the final thing, I think we'll be following different users. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for the next one. All right, welcome back here. In the last video, we ended up here where we were showing our tweets off and the replies to those tweets. Now, what we don't have right now is a way to reply to a reply. So we're going to add that in this video. So let's get into it. All right, so open up your backend into your schema.prisma right now, and we are going to add one thing. So come down below here, and in here, we are going to add a comments. And that is going to be of type comment. So we're going to call basically recursively ourselves there. And then that is going to be an array. So a comment can have many comments basically. And then we're going to go ahead and save that. And due to the magic of Prisma here, it's going to add these fields for us and handle the relations for us. So if it doesn't do that for you, make sure you add these two as well. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Let's come over to our comment.ts. Okay, and then inside here, we're going to want to add a couple more things too. So we're going to go t.model. And we're going to say comment and call that. And then we are going to say t.model. Comment ID. Now, what we did not do is actually migrate our schema up. So let's go and do that as well. So come over here, open up a new window. Let's give ourselves a little room here and cd into your server. Make sure you're in that folder. And then we're going to go npx, Prisma, migrate, and we are going to say save first and -- experimental. Okay, and then we're going to name our migration. So we're going to say comment. What are we going to say? Reply, we'll call it. Okay, so that looks like it worked good. And then we're going to do the same thing as always. This should get pretty repetitive for you at this point. We've done it quite a bit. And we're going to say migrate up. All right, that is looking good. Now we've added to the comment this. Now we're going to want to generate our schema here. So actually get back into your server folder, and we're going to go npx Prisma generate. Okay, and then it looks like our errors are gone, so that is good. And we can exit out of that. Now we have our server running over here, and if there's changes, you usually have to restart. So we'll do that. Okay, and that is looking good. Now the final thing we want to do in our backend is in our mutation folder, or file rather. So come into your types mutation, and let's get rid of this real quick. And we are going to want to add a create reply. So it's going to be almost identical to this. So come over here and we can just copy this down. Okay, and then come down here. And instead of create comment, we are going to say create reply. Okay, and it's going to be of the comment type. So that is good. We're still going to have our content. We are still going to have our ID like this, but we are also going to add a comment ID, and that's going to be an int array, or an int arg rather. Okay, and then we can call that. And for us, yeah, I guess that'll be nullable false as well. So have a little array here and say nullable. And that is going to be false. Actually, I think it might be nullable for us. So for now, we'll just leave it. Okay, so that is good. Make sure you have a comma after this. Then we're going to have our content, our ID, and then that comment ID. So add that down below. And we're going to go prisma.comment create still. And this can all stay the same. And then here we're going to say comment because we're going to attach it to another comment. And we're going to say connect. and we're going to connect it by its ID, and again go number and then comment ID. Okay, so go ahead and save that. So this is what the full thing looks like. Okay, so we're passing in our different arguments right here, and then we're creating, and then our data is gonna be attaching all these things basically. All right, so that looks good. Let's move ahead to our front end here. All right, so we're in our web folder now, and we want to come in and we want to go into our components, and we're going to say create a file, and we are going to say create reply.tsx. And then inside our create reply is going to be almost identical to our create comment here. So let's come into our create comment, highlight everything here, and we are going to copy it over and paste it in here. Okay, so that looks good. Now let's just start changing things over a little bit here. So we can just start up at the top here, and instead of create comment, we're going to say create reply mutation. So that changes that. Create reply is going to be here and here. Okay, make sure we spell those right. Don't forget the E. Okay, so that looks good. These are going to be the same, and then we're just going to add on to it. So let's go here, and we'll say $, comment ID. Okay, and then that is going to be of type int. And then down here, we are going to say comment ID, and that is going to be $, comment ID. Okay, those look great. This can stay the same. All these can stay the same. We are not going to have the tweet here, so we can get rid of this. We're going to have name, avatar, ID, and then two more things. So we're also going to pass in a comment, and that's going to be a string. And then we are going to say comment ID, and that's going to be a number. All right, those look pretty good. Now this says create comment. Obviously we want to say create reply. Okay, and then this is gonna be create reply mutation. Paste that in. And then we're gonna wanna pass in some different props here. So we don't actually need the tweet here. So we can get rid of that. And we're going to say avatar and name still. We're still going to have the ID. And then we're going to also have a comment and a comment ID. So those are what we want to add. That'll handle our props. So that looks pretty good. Now we're going to have to add a refetch query, and a different one here. So we're going to go comma here, and we are going to go query. Okay, and then we are going to our tweet query, and that's going to come from single tweet. And then we're going to go comma, because we got to pass in the actual ID of the tweet that we want. So we're going to do that by going variables, and we are going to pass in the ID, which we are bringing in as props here. And that will get our specific, well, this will be used to get our specific tweet query that we would like. Okay, so looking pretty good so far. All this can kind of stay the same. It's basically identical, or not basically, it is identical. And then we want to come down here, and instead of tweet, we want to say comment. And then come down here again, and we want to pass in one more thing here, which is our comment ID. And that's what we're going to attach to other comments. So go ahead and save that. I think that is all we need to do for that. So looking pretty good right now. So let's move on over to our single tweet. So bring that up, single tweet.tsx right there. And we are going to bring this in below our comments.content, which is where? So right below here. All right, so come in here, and we are going to say create reply, and we can auto import that and then close that off there. Now, if we hover over here, you can see that we are missing the types name, avatar, ID. So we got to bring all those things in. So the first one is going to be name, and that is going to be equal to comment dot user dot name. Second one is going to be avatar. That's going to be equal to comment dot user dot profile dot avatar. Okay. The third one is going to be what? It's going to be ID. And that is going to be equal to data.tweet.id. So that's going to be the actual ID of the tweet. And then we're going to have comment, which is going to be the actual comment. So we'll say comment.content is what that's going to be. Okay. And then finally, we are going to have the actual comment ID that we're going to pass in. So that's comment ID. And that is going to be equal to comment.id. And make sure we close that off there. So go ahead and save that, and yeah, that should work for us. So let's come back over and see how that works. All right, so as you can see, not the best, we need a little margin here maybe, but we can add that in a minute. But we are able to open this up and reply to this comment. Now let's see if this works. And it does. So that is looking pretty good, I think. We can reply to our replies, and we have our refetch, so it shows up right away. All right, so I think that's going to be it for this video. You might want to go ahead and add a little margin. We might do that in the spare time. But we're getting down to it. There's not a ton of more stuff we want to do. But I would say we want to add the ability to add followers. So follow and unfollow, that sort of thing. So I guess that might be one of our last videos, and we'll do that in the next one. All right, so in the last video, we added the ability to reply to comments. And now in this video, we're going to start wrapping things up. This course has gotten pretty long, and I think we are going to wrap it up, hopefully in this video. So what do we need to do? First of all, we are gonna, when we go to our profile, we want to come here and we want to show all, I guess we're just going to do the liked tweets that we have below. So that's one thing we're going to do. And then also we are going to add the ability to follow a different user. And I think that's going to do it for us. I don't think we'll rewrite this whole thing and have it where we are only showing tweets from people that we follow. So you can go ahead and do that on your own if you want, but we'll just follow some users, and then we can see who we're following and show their profiles and stuff. So that's all we got for this video, and hopefully it'll be our last one. So we got a lot to do, and let's get right into it. All right, so come over to your schema.prisma here, and this is where we're going to start. So we're going to do all our backend stuff, and then we'll move over to the front and start showing it over there. So the first thing we want to do right now is get a new model. So let's copy one of them over. This liked tweets will do. So copy this down here. And instead of liked tweet here, we're going to say following. Okay, and then we are going to use some different things here. So we can get rid of everything in here, and we will just start over. So here we're going to go name. And name is going to be a string. Okay, and then we're going to have an avatar of the person we're following, and that's going to be a string. And then we are going to have a follow ID, and that's going to be the ID of the person we're following, and that's going to be an int. Okay, and then we are also going to have a user. So when we bring this in, following, where's our user? Up here. So our user is here, and we want to come down below this, and we are going to say following. And that's going to be an array of users that we are following. So go ahead and save that. And when we save that, we can come down to the following. It adds the user ID and the user relation for us. So make sure you have those as well. And that is all we need for this. So now let's come in here. We're gonna get a new window going here. Make sure you're in your server folder as usual. So cd into that and give ourselves maybe a little more room here. And we are gonna go npx Prisma migrate, and that is gonna be save and -- experimental. And we're gonna name this migration. We're gonna say following. And that looks like it worked fine. And then we are just going to push it up again as we have been doing with the up command. All right, that's looking good. Exit out of this. We don't need this for now. Now let's go on and to the rest of our backend and start adding some things. So we have our different types here. We're going to have a new type. So come in here. We're going to go following.ts. And we can copy over one of these. Let's just go comment here. Give ourselves a little base to work from. Boom. Come in here, paste it in, and we're going to start to transfer this over. So we're going to say following. And then in here, we're going to have some different stuff. So we can get rid of, I think, everything in here. Okay, so get rid of that and then copy this down a few times actually. And we'll just change these fields over. So instead of that, we're going to have user. Instead of this here, we will have name. And just these are just the fields that we added on the schema, of course. So avatar. And then let's copy down one more here for the follow ID. Okay, we got all these red. Obviously, we haven't generated anything or restarted our server, so that is fine. But before we do that, we want to come into our user here. And in here, we just want to add one more thing. So come down here, and we are going to say following. Okay, make sure we save all these. Now we want to export it. So come into our index.ts, come down here, and we are going to say following. Go ahead and save that. And that is about it for that. So let's open up our terminal here. Come over to your server. It's going to say it needs to be restarted. Let's Control C and close that. And we're going to go npx Prisma generate our schema. That's looking good. And then we'll say npm run dev. Start it up again. All right, perfect. Now, what we want to do here are going to be mutations. The following, we're going to have a follow and an unfollow. So we can close out all these. As you can see, these are these don't have errors anymore. So those are good. We can get rid of this. We don't need that. We don't need that. All right, so come over to your mutation here, and we just want to see where this ends, and we're just going to copy this down. We're going to have two mutations in here. One of them is going to be for creating a following, which will be the user we're following, and the other one will be deleting that. So come down, let's change some of these over. We're just going to call it follow, and that's going to be from following as our type. Then we're going to have a few things in here. Instead of content, we're going to have name. Instead of ID, we are going to have follow ID. And that's going to be an int, which is good. And it's going to be nullable. That's fine. This can be nullable too. And then finally, we are going to have our avatar. So it's going to be avatar. And that's actually going to be a string. String arg. All right, so those are looking good. Now let's come down here. We'll change some of these over. So again, name. This is going to be a follow ID. And then this comment ID, we're going to change to avatar. All right, those are looking good. Now let's come down a little more. And we're going to have ctx.prisma.following. Okay, and that's going to be .create. And then come down into our data here, and we're going to have, again, same fields. So name. Below that, we are going to have avatar. Below that, we will have follow ID. Just like that. And then we want to get rid of this, but we do want to keep the user one. So we're going to attach it to ourselves so we know who we're following, basically. All right, and do not forget your commas here. So make sure we have that, and then our error will go away. So that is looking good. You gotta maybe restart your server here. So let's do that. Okay, restart that. It's working good. And I think that is all we need to do on our backend. All right, so that is looking good for our follow. Now, we also want to have a delete the follow or remove the follow mutation. So let's come up here. Let's just search. Yeah, I know we got delete in here. Delete like. Let's copy this bad boy over. And then just come down to the bottom here, see where that ends. And let's paste this in below. And we'll just kind of transfer it over again for our purposes. So come in here, delete follow, and that is going to be from the following, of course. And then these args can be the same. We're just going to pass in the ID of the following that we want to delete. So that's good. The ID can stay the same. We still want to check if we're authenticated. We do want to change this over. So that'll be following. And then the where can stay the same. So that's all good. Go ahead and save that. And probably restart your server again. Get a little tedious, but oh well. All right. So go ahead and do that, and that should be good. And that is all we need to do for our backend, basically for this whole course. So we can get rid of this and basically get rid of our backend for now, unless we mess something up. So let's move on to the website. Okay, so in this front end, we are going to have a few different things that we got to do to get this going. So the first thing we want to do is come into components here, new file, and we are going to call this follow user.tsx. Okay, let's get rid of this real quick, and let's go RFC, get a functional component scaffolded here, and it will just say follow user. That is good. Now let's just come in and start doing this, banging this out. So let's go const, we'll say follow underscore user underscore query. Okay, and that is going to equal GQL, and bring that in, and we will go backticks, come down here, close off those backticks, and come in here, and we're going to say mutation, and we'll just say follow because that's what we called it, and then pass in the different values that we have. All right, so this is what our mutation is going to look like. We're going to call it follow user query, and then we're going to be calling the follow mutation that we set up in our mutations file. So we have a follow ID, an avatar, and a name, and we're just returning the ID. All right, so that looks good like that. Let's come down here, and we'll go interface, and we'll just have a little interface for the props that we're going to be passing in here, and they're going to have an ID, number, and we will have name, and that's going to be a string, and avatar, and that's going to be a string, and we are going to be passing these in from I think our profile or the single user query. So we'll pass those in from there. So make sure we do that here as our props. So we're going to go ID, name, and avatar. Okay, and then below here, come in and let's do our query here. So same as always, const, and we'll call follow, and that's going to be equal to use mutation, and we will pass in our follow user query like that. Okay, and then we also want to pass in here a refetch queries. And we want to pass in here an array of the objects we want to use. So an array, and then we're going to have some objects here, or just one for us. But we say query, and then we will say me underscore query. That's coming from profile. All right, so that is good for that. Let's come down below here, and we're just going to have a function that says handle follow, handle const handle follow, and that's going to be async, and we are going to go like this, arrow function, and we're going to await follow, and then pass in here the different variables that we want to pass in. So for us, that's going to be follow ID, and that's going to be ID. And then we have name, and we have avatar. And those are all the different stuff that we want to pass in. So those are looking good. Make sure we bring all this in. So command dot, we want to bring in use mutation. These we haven't passed in yet. That's why we're getting a red squiggly yet, but we will. And now let's come down here and just pass in. I'm just going to paste in this button that we want to use. Let's go here and paste this in. All right, so that's the button here. It's just going to have a handle follow and then some styling with the edit button. So we can go ahead and save that. Okay, so that's good. Now let me show you something real quick on what we want to be doing here. So we want to be able to click on this and go not to the tweet, but to the actual user that tweeted it. So right now, if we click on either, that's going to happen. But we want to click on this and go to that, and that is where we're going to actually follow the user. So we want that capability. So what we're going to do is come into our pages here, new file here, and we're going to say single user.tsx. Okay, and then let's copy over profile here because we're going to have the same styling and everything from that. So copy that over, paste that in there, and we will adjust accordingly from here. So let's start changing this over. So first, let's get rid of this single user and make sure we come down to the bottom and export it as single user as well. User. Okay, that's looking good. And we want to use a couple things. We're going to use this use history, but we're also going to use the other thing from React Router DOM, which is the use params. So I think we use that in single tweet. So come over to your single tweet here. Let's scroll up a bit. And yeah, so we want to copy, we can copy this over here. So copy that. Come in here and we'll just paste this below because we're going to get the ID from that. And then we want to come up here. Let's copy this interface over as well because we'll use that same thing. No use retyping it out. Okay, paste that in there. Okay, so that is going to be good. Make sure we bring this in, use params, and make sure that's closed off there. Okay, that's looking good. Now, what we got to do is get a different query here. So let's come over here. We can just get rid of this. And actually, why don't we copy that same kind of query and work off this? Because this will be more similar to what we need. So copy this over. Then we're not typing it all out again. We can just adjust. So paste that in there. And then let's get rid of everything other than the base query, and we'll just go from there. So I think we might need one more here. Okay, that looks good. So what we're going to do here is called user, and then we're going to pass in the ID. The int's going to be the same, and then down here again, user, ID and int, that'll be the same. And we have ID, and then we're going to have the name and profile. And from the profile, we want the ID, the avatar, and the, actually, I think that's it. Website, I guess we got to. All right, go ahead and save that. And I just realized we haven't actually done our query to get the user. So let's come over here and go back into our backend real quick and go into query. And down here, let's just copy this down. Okay, that looks good. And then we're just going to come in here and get our actual user query. I thought we had done that, but apparently not. So user, we're going to go here. We're going to go user. And then nullable, that's true, that's good. Arg, that's fine. That's all fine. We're going to say user.find1, just like that. And where ID is the number and ID that we're passing in. So that can all stay the same. So go ahead and save that. And restart your backend again as we've been doing. All right, get rid of that. We'll get out of there and come back in, and now we should be able to do a user query like that. Okay, so we want to change this name over to user_query. That's good. And then copy this down and paste it into here where we're calling the query. That looks good. The other thing we want to do in here, so come here and we're going to go our second argument because we want to refetch again. So variables, and that's going to be ID. And we're going to parse this as an int because it's going to come in as a string, remember, from our params. Our param type is going to be a string. So parse int and then pass in the ID that we are getting from our params here. Actually, let's bring this up. Get this before that. There we go. Now it all makes sense. All right, so we have the query over in all tweets, I think, that we want. So come in here into all tweets here and come up a little bit here. And we want this me query here. So let's just copy this over here and we can just paste that in back in our single user. So come in here and we will paste that below here. Okay, so then we're getting all this. We got to bring this in. Make sure we do that. That is looking pretty good. All right, so now let's come below here, get a little room going here, and we're going to have an interface, and it is going to say what? It'll say follower IDs, because we got to get all the follower IDs for something. So say follow ID, and that's going to be a number. And then we are going to have ID, and that's going to be a number. Okay, and then below this, we're going to have a few things. The first thing is we are going to try to get all the follower IDs, separate them out, so then we can check if we're already following them and whatnot. And the other one we're going to pass in as well to see, or to add that user's ID to our following list. So I'm going to write these out and then we'll keep moving. All right, so these are the three different things we're going to use. The ID of the followers, we're going to get the follows, and then we are going to get follow IDs by filtering through it. I'm getting a little lazy, but this is dragging on, so we're just going to go any right now. And then follow ID, if it's equal to the user ID, that will return, otherwise it will not. So that should just be a single person. All right, so this will come a little more clear when we're using these later on. But let's continue on down here. All right, so this is from our profile component. Remember, we just copied the whole thing over. So right now we have an update profile and a create profile, and we are going to change this over. So initially, we are just going to have our follow user here. Follow user, bring that in. And then on the follow user, we want to pass in these different things, remember. So we'll have ID, and that is going to be coming from data.user.id. Close that off, and then we are going to have the name, and that's going to be equal to data.user.name. And then finally, we are going to have avatar, and then that is going to be equal to data.user.profile.avatar. Avatar, and then close that off. Okay, so these are the things that we need. Make sure you pass those in, and you can go ahead and save that. And then hopefully on our follow user over here, we have done this, but let's pass in this as props. All right, and then that takes care of the error there as these are being passed in. Now, let's hopefully save this and go check this out. Okay, so what we want to do is be able to click on this and then go to our particular user. However, we haven't added that yet, so let's come in here. Let's go over to all tweets. Scroll down a little bit until where? Until content, the author name. So we want to come in here, and we are just going to go below this, and we are going to say link. We're going to say link, bring that in, and then that is going to be to And we're going to go backticks, and we'll go /user /$, and we are going to put in tweet.author.id. Okay. And that is all for that. And then we want to come down just below the name after this H4 right here. And let's close that off. And make sure we close this off. Okay. All right, so that's going to direct us to our particular user that we want. However, we actually haven't added that to our app.tsx. So remember how we did this with the single tweet? We're going to do the exact same thing, except for we are going to say user here. So get rid of that and say user, and then come down here and say single user and make sure we bring that in. All right, so auto import that. Go ahead and save that. Okay, so we ran into a little issue here. However, what we were doing wrong is we had not added the following query to our profile where we're bringing in the me query, right? So down here, when we're going and doing this, we can bring these back in. It was giving us a little bit of error, but that's okay because we can just add it here. All right, so come over to your profile here, above your like tweets here, come in here, and we're gonna say following, capital F there. And we are going to go ID, follow ID. And we're going to go name, and we are going to go avatar. Not avatar URL, just avatar. Okay, so once you have that, go ahead and save that, and that should take care of that error for us. Then come back over to our single user here. Make sure we have these written down correctly. And get rid of this console.log for now, and we can save that. Now, let's go over and check this out. All right, so we still got an error. We haven't finished, I just realized, switching any of this stuff over. So right now we have data.me.name, but we actually want data.user.name. All these me's are going to be basically users. So we can go data.user.profile, data.here, user. .profile.avatar, keep it going down here. Basically, all of these me's are going to be users. So here we have all these me's you want to switch over. So user, here's user. What else? Data.me, user. Basically every place, even here in the link, user. Is that it? Sure, I'm missing something here. Anyways, let's check it out, see if that works. Refresh. And now we have our user. So that looks good. We have our follow button. We can go ahead and do that. Click that. And we're not changing anything, but nothing seemed to break, so that's a good sign. So now let's come back and we will add an unfollow button. So we got our follow user here. Let's copy this over, Command A that, and then we will come in here into our components, new file, and we're just going to call it unfollow user.tsx. Okay, and we can paste this in here. Paste that in. Okay, and then change this over to unfollow user. All right, and in the unfollow user, we're not going to need all this. We're just going to need the one ID. So we'll pass that in. We can get rid of this here. That looks good. We can get rid of this in this. Good. Change this to, what did I say, delete user? What do we say in our mutation? Let's check that out real quick. Our bottom delete follow is what that's called. So delete follow, and we want to paste that in for a few other things here. So delete follow there. This can stay. This we want to go paste that in there, paste that in there. Basically everywhere. And then we can get rid of all these. And we can get rid of all these. And this will just be ID all of these places. Okay, so that looks pretty good, I think. Delete follow, we got our ID, we got our int, it's required still, that looks good. And then we can just say delete here, underscore follow user query. Okay, and then we can copy that over, boom, paste it in there. That's looking good. And we still want to refetch the me query. And then come down here and we'll just say handle unfollow, just like that. And I think other than this, we want to go ID, and again, we wanted to parse that as an int, because it'll be a string otherwise. All right, and then handle unfollow like that. And we can say here, unfollow, and make that a capital. All right, go ahead and save that. The ID here, we're not passing it in yet, and that's why, oh, actually, no, sorry, this should be a string, because it's going to be passed in as a string. So that should do that, and that's why we're parsing the int. Okay, good. Save that. And then we're going to come back. That's all we need for that. So you can get rid of that. The all tweets, you can get rid of that. The single user is where we want to be. So we're going to make use of some of this now. So come down here. Right now we just have the follow user here. But if we've already followed, we want to show kind of an unfollow button instead. So that's where we're going to be using the unfollow user. All right, so we're going to do a ternary here. So let's go ID of followers like that. And then we're going to say dot includes. We'll check if it's included, and we will say data.user.id. Okay, and we'll do a ternary here and open this up, and then in here we will say unfollow follow user and bring that in. And then we want to pass in here, let's close this off first, and then we want to pass in the ID. Now this ID is going to be equal to get follow ID at the first. There's only going to be one, but at the 0th index, and the ID of that, and that is going to be how we're going to do that there. Okay, so go ahead and save that, and then we want to come down, bring this down, and in here we're going to go like this, and then we want to bring this down like this and save that. All right, so we're checking if the single user ID is included in the ID of followers, which we did above. And if it is, then we will show this unfollow user. And if it isn't, meaning we haven't followed them already, we'll show this follow user. So let's just check this out real quick. All right, so we're back here on this one, and now the unfollow is showing, so that's good. And if we click on this, we're now unfollowed, and we can follow again and unfollow. So that works great. That is looking very good. Now we have two more things we want to do here. So one is in our profile here, we want to show all the liked tweets that we have liked below here. And then finally, I think we want to show our followers in some sort of modal. So let's start with the liked tweets, and I'm going to kind of really speed through this because this is getting too long. So let's come in here, come into your components here, new file, and say liked tweets.tsx. Okay, and then we can just go RFC, functional component like tweets, and we want to come up above here, come down here. I'm just going to paste in a few things because just of time here. Okay, so we have our all tweets here that we're pasting in here. We're going to use that. And then we are going to come down here, and we're going to actually be passing in all our like tweets. So we're going to go tweets. We're going to paste in all tweets there. Okay. So that is good. All right. And then come back over into our profile first, and we're going to say like tweet. We have this, and we're going to add a few things to this query because this is what we're going to be passing in. So we got our tweet ID. We're going to go content. We're going to go created at there. We're going to go author, and we're going to go ID, name, profile. And then from the profile, we're going to have ID and avatar. And this way we can just pass everything on from this one query. Obviously, this is a pretty huge query, so you might not actually want to do this in real time, but for our purposes, this should be okay. All right, and then actually we want to pass it in down here. So we actually want to come down below. All right, so above this here in our liked tweets, right above the right here, actually. So come here and we'll say what liked tweets. Like tweets, bring that in. And we are just going to call it tweets, and that'll be equal to data.me, and we're just going to pass the entire thing in there. Okay, so go ahead and save that. Come back over here. We got some sort of issue here, so let's actually just say any for now. See if that fixes it. We gotta close this off. Okay, so this is good. Save that, and then come back over to the liked tweets here. Now I think I'm just gonna paste in the markup, and we'll just go over it because yeah, time. All right, so I just pasted this in. So we're passing in all of our liked tweets here, and that's from profile. That's why we went back and we did this here. Got all our liked tweets. So we're passing that in, and we're gonna go tweets.tweet. I think this is actually like tweet, not likes, right? Or tweets, right? Liked, yeah. So make sure that is tweet and not tweets. Okay, and then we have our all tweets here. We're just putting any because I don't want to type that out right now. And yeah, we got our profile, all this different stuff. So hopefully that's good. We're gonna map over them, and we're gonna put in our avatar and basically a link to the actual user. So hopefully that's good. We're using the format distance from datafns, same thing to get when it was created at, and that is about it. And then the content of the tweet. So go ahead and save that. All right, and then we gotta like some tweets here because we haven't actually liked anything. So like a couple of these, and then hopefully those will show up. And if we come back to our profile, now these are our liked tweets. All right, so that works great. Okay, so one last thing. I want our following here to actually show the users that we're following. So that's going to be the last thing that we're going to do. All right, so come over here, and we're going to go components, new file, and we'll say following .tsx like this. And let's get a base here. So let's come over to tweet.tsx here and just copy this over because we're going to want to use the modal for this. So that will be something somewhat similar. All right, so paste that in there. Tweet, get rid of that and say following. Okay, that looks good. And then we just want to go through and change these up a little bit. So we don't need a lot of this stuff. We don't need this. We don't need any initial values. We use the modal stuff, but we don't need any of this Formik. So basically get rid of all that Formik there. Okay, we're going to use this still for that. And then instead of this button here, I'm going to paste this in, and we're just going to say follow, and then the data, which we're going to check or add in a second, .me.following.length. So just how many people we're following there. Now let's add this up here. So we don't need this create tweet. We can get rid of that. Come down below, and in here, fix this up a little bit. I'm just going to paste this in, and we're just going to get the me query. Bring in use query. And yeah, that is looking good. So I think that's the same. Yeah, we already had that query, so that'll work well. Okay, and we don't need any of this here. So get rid of that. All right, now for our actual, what we want to paste in here, I think we can copy that over from all tweets maybe actually, because that might be a little bit similar to that. So, all right, so we're just going to copy over this here. So come the tweet header here, and we'll get the content up until this point. So let's copy that. Then let's come over to our following here. All right, and then I'm going to come in here and just paste this in, speed this up a little bit. And we can, let's close this, give ourselves some room here. Okay. Make sure we bring in links here. That's looking good. Save that. Okay, so what we got here is our modal, and when we press on the length of the following, how many people we're following, it's going to open up, and we are going to have a little bit of styling here, and then we're going to go through all of the people that we're following and just display them basically. And then when we click on one of those people, it's going to link us to that person by the follower ID. So let's check this out. Hopefully that's good. We got a little styling here. Light gray is a border bottom there. What else? I think that's mostly it. All right, so now we want to bring this in. So come into our profile here, scroll down to here, followers or following, and we want to add this as our following. So get rid of this here, and we are going to say following, and bring that in and close it off and save it. Now let's come back. All right, so it's showing we're only following one user, and when we click on this, it's going to bring up that user, so that works great. Let's come back over, and we can click on another user here, and we want to say follow, so that'll follow them, and then come over to our profile, and now it says we're following two, and it shows both of those users. And then again, we can click on that actual user, and it'll bring it to them. So I think that's working pretty good. Perfect. All right, guys, I think we will leave it right there. There's a ton more stuff you can do. Obviously, this is just a tiny bit of the functionality of real Twitter, but what can you expect? We're not going to build this in a few sessions. So yeah, if you like the video, go ahead and subscribe or give it a like. And yeah, until the next one, thanks for watching.